Set loot to FFA. Crit. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 5 seconds left. Crit. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Crit. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 5 seconds left. Set loop to FFA. 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 Crit. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 5 seconds left. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Crit. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 5 seconds left. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 Set loot to FFA. Crit. Crit. 5 seconds left. Crit. Crit. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA.
it's been forever, but recently Blizzard sent out one of those surveys to players about a hypothetical version of Warcraft Classic, and a lot of the questions have a lot of the highly requested features of Classic Plus, so that's gotten everything in this buzz again, and I just thought that we would go through it here together and theorize and share some thoughts on it all. So, Classic Plus, if you didn't know, is this undefined version of vanilla World of Warcraft. That is the game in its 1.12 state, with the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, with content added in the style of the so-called spirit of vanilla that everybody says. All of it is very vague. No one can really agree on it, but some common things would be stuff like new zones, usually zones that were intended to be included in the original game by the original developers, but they were abandoned for one reason or another. So this would be things like Mount HoJ. It could also be new things like Battlegrounds. For many, the Ishara Crater may come to mind, which was that abandoned MOBA battleground, similar in a lot of ways to League of Legends. There could also be stuff like new spells and abilities for all of the classes, or items and quest lines, such as the abandoned Ashbringer questline. There could be new professions, such as Survivalist, and of course the usual stuff like dungeons and raids, and all done once again under this spirit of vanilla. So there's been kind of a lot of apathy and pessimism surrounding it because people, understandably so, have kind of lost faith in Blizzard. And not only that, it's just been a highly requested thing for quite a while, and they've just been kind of teasing it with their seasonal modes such as Mastery, and Closer was their most recent, which was Season of Discovery. In fact, I'm sure a lot of the comments will kind of reflect this. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hopium thrown around, which I totally get, but I still thought it would make for a fun video. This video is brought to you by a sponsor. This one was really interesting to me because it's very MMO-like. It's a series called Viridian Gate Online. Fatality! The premise is a giant asteroid's about to wipe out Earth, but you can escape reality by jumping into Viridian Gate Online, this very immersive VR world packed with magic, monsters, loot. Yeah, sound familiar? It's written by James A. Hunter, started in 2016, and it's in the lit RPG genre, which is short for literature RPG. Very MMO-like, with things like completing quests, leveling up, and interacting with various game systems. It's sort of Ready Player One vibes mixed with your favorite RPG. As of right now, there are 8 books, with 23 more in the expanded universe, and it has over 85,000 fans on Amazon, Audible, and Goodreads. So if you're in the mood for an MMO-adjacent, very expanded universe, go check it out. The best way to show support to me is by going to checkout and buying this book. You can grab it in paperback, ebook, or audiobook, and it's quite perfect for grinding through your commutes or while playing World of Warcraft, ironically enough. Anyways, let's get into it here. So people were asked what they thought of these features being added to this hypothetical. hypothetical version of Classic, the first being playable shamans on the Alliance side, and this is kind of funny because it's a bit lopsided, isn't it? What, Horde just don't get paladins? Personally, I'm okay with that. Actually, it's in the list, it's just at the very bottom for some reason. But this does get into something that will be kind of a theme with everything on this list, and this is just my opinion, but now, especially since Blizzard seems to be going down the entire list of expansions in the 2019 line of Classic. Next is Mists of Pandaria in July, actually, and they'll probably do Draenor just to get to Legion, and then, who knows, maybe by the time they get to BFA, people will have forgotten how god-awful it was, and they'll do BFA Classic where you're encouraged to play not by the reward of playing, but instead by the punishment of not playing. But I digress. My point, though, is that with everybody experiencing these re-releases, I think people in general have a much clearer idea of the identity of each of these expansions. Like, BC brought Shamans to the Alliance and Paladins to the Horde, as well as arenas, right? Wrath had achievements, Mists had pet battles, Draenor had Depression, and Cataclysm had new zones.
Depression.
You know what I mean? And it really just depends on their goal, but right off the bat here, if their goal is to create a Classic Plus in the so-called spirit of vanilla, I think they would be doing themselves a disservice if they were to add too many of these features that are part of the identity of other expansions, such as Paladins and Shamans being shared, and achievements, and arena, which we'll see. I think maybe one or two of them isn't a big deal, but if you start going crazy with it, I think you will lose this identity to vanilla, and it'll just end up being this weird collage of many different areas of the game, which isn't even necessarily to say that's a bad thing, but wouldn't be is vanilla, which I think is still the most popular version of the game. I mean, there's a reason why they make all of these seasons based off of vanilla World of Warcraft. They could have made SOD based off of Burning Crusade, or Wrath, Cataclysm, whatever, but they didn't. Why? Because vanilla is the most popular, as great as expansions BC and Wrath are, and I think you see this kind of evidenced in the private server scene as well, where there's so many vanilla servers and very few BC, Wrath, Cataclysm servers. So as we continue here, we're going to be kind of marking all of these items where you can tie them to the identity of specific expansions, because I think that it's important to consider if, again, your goal is vanilla Classic Plus. So, item 1 here is obviously the Burning Crusade. Next are collections. Those of you may remember this was first introduced in Wrath, and at first they were character specific, and then I think it was later in Cataclysm they were made to be account-wide. This would be a Wrath change, and in terms of vanilla, it would be a pretty big thing, especially considering how much of an issue inventory space is in vanilla. I think most people will agree. And something to keep in mind here is that, again, this isn't saying that this is better or worse, but as weird as it sounds, one of the big parts of vanilla's identity is the lack of quality of life features. The fact that inventory is so scarce, there's no dual spec, no guild banks, collections, gold being harder to come by, no flying, switching weapons being annoying because of weapon skill, switching specs being annoying because stats on armor aren't one size fits all like they are today. And as annoying as all of this sounds, like it or hate it, it's undeniably a part of the identity of vanilla World of Warcraft, and many make the slippery slope argument that eventually led to the level boosts in WoW Token. When you start removing all of these inconvenience, eventually just the core mechanics of the game itself become inconvenient, so people just pay to skip it, and then you're at a point to where, like, you can purchase every form of character progression that the game has to offer. Some people counter this by calling it a fallacy, to which I say, bullshit. Told you so, by the way. You can never make that argument ever again in regards to Blizzard Entertainment. We all saw what happened. Although it is ancient history, no one has forgotten. At least I haven't forgotten. But it's just something to keep in mind with the quality of life features in regards to vanilla. If your goal is to have a vanilla feel and identity, adding too many quality of life will kind of remove from that. So, account-wide collections, as stated, was Cataclysm. Next is 1 vs 1 duel arenas, and these are kind of interesting because arenas are, of course, Burning Crusade, as mentioned, but the smallest bracket was 2 vs 2. So this one I'm just going to leave blank, and I do think that it has a lot of identity with vanilla World of Warcraft because dueling is a big part of its identity. When arenas came out, as great as they were, dueling started to become more and more scarce for a couple of reasons. One was that there's now this official ranked mode for deathmatch elimination style of PvP. It wasn't 1 vs 1, but it still fit the bill of the only objective being to kill the other players. And 2, people left Ironforge and Orgrimmar, so these previously active dueling spots kind of faded. And as far as I remember, there really wasn't a popular spot in Shattrath to replace that. Although admittedly, that's anecdotal evidence on my part. And I forgot number 3 here is that, and a lot of people forget about this, but Crossrealm Battlegrounds came out very late in vanilla, and before then, many of the servers would have very large queues, so in between Battlegrounds, they would be out dueling in front of Orgrimmar and Ironforge. So this was eventually changed late in vanilla, but for 90% of vanilla's lifespan, dueling was this very, very big thing and very active thing for many servers. So I think it is a very large part of its identity. So that's why I'm kind of reluctant to tie this to Burning Crusade. Now, would it be good is another question, and I think it would. And the reason I say this is because it's already been proven. There's actually been a few community-run duel 1 vs 1 based events that were wildly popular, drawing hundreds of thousands of viewers. The OTK one was the biggest one, and I've said this many times before. If Blizzard were to add some sort of system to better support these community-run tournaments where you wouldn't have to duel underneath Orgrimmar or some random spot in the middle of nowhere to prevent griefing, and they actually gave like spectator tools that broadcasters could use, they would be less annoying to do, they would happen more often, and it would bring a lot of eyeballs and activity to the game. I mean, these tournaments drew hundreds of thousands of viewers. It would be great for the streamers, it would be great for the participants and viewers, and it's kind of shocking, honestly, that they haven't nourished this already proven very popular activity. It's been one of their biggest misses within the classic community, in my opinion. And in terms of vanilla identity, it's a community-based thing, and community is one of the major pillars that people say vanilla is known for. So yeah, I'm actually a huge fan of this suggestion, especially if you can spectate it in-game, and it has like spectator tools, and it's sort of molded for tournaments and broadcasts. New player character models, if you remember, this was a Draenor change for most of the models, and then I think they finished them in Legion, and this is really aesthetic. Personally, I don't see the point. I imagine it would be a toggled option for personal preference. If the reason for doing it is that vanilla graphics are bad, I don't think that's as big of an issue as people make it out to be. And I say this actually having recently dived into OSRS, which is a game that looks like it was made on the effing N64. Like, you can actually count the polygons, and yet it has charm, and it's insanely popular. Its graphics haven't slowed it down at all, in my opinion. And if you're speaking strictly World of Warcraft here, one of the reasons why it became popular to begin with is because of its graphics, because they have this charm to them. And although it isn't the sole reason, I do think nostalgia is a reason why people play vanilla World of Warcraft, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just as how there's nothing wrong with loading up Mario on the NES that you played when you were a kid, or cooking a recipe that your mom made. Some people like to relive things from their childhood. So I just kind of see this as an unnecessary change. It can only take away from the identity, which I think it would be best for them to serve as their major anchor point for this supposed version of Classic Plus that may or may not exist. I don't know, it just seems unnecessary to me. So, in-game events, this is a hard one because it's so vague. It reads, new events that offer different small quests and casual gameplay around the world. These will be released between large updates. So, it's described as something like a holiday event, which vanilla has, of course, but it's just not very clear. Would it be something of that caliber, or would it be something like incursions from Season of Discovery, which were an abomination in terms of vanilla identity, because you just repeated the same quest over and over in one instanced corner of the world, never leaving that spot and earning thousands of gold in the process. So we'll just put a question mark on that one for now. Pet battles were mists. Personally, I'm not a fan. I'm not saying that mists is bad, but it's so far from vanilla at that point in the game's life, in like every aspect: gameplay, lore, aesthetic, design. And if they did this, it would have to compare it with collections, or it would just be impossible. And I don't know, it just seems really out there. So you may disagree, but for me it's a hard no. Leveling profession improvements, the ability to make more useful gear for yourself as you level, and to be able to craft it at level appropriate trade skill levels. So this is one of the so-called flaws with vanilla, is that unless you're using the auction house, by the time you level stuff up in professions, a lot of the times it's too low level. At least past level 20-ish, I'd say. In the early levels you can make quite a lot of useful stuff, especially if you're an engineer. I think that professions are very important, and there definitely is room for improvement without hurting the identity of vanilla. I would say that I'm a fan of this change if it makes other professions more competitive with engineer, since that's such an overused profession in vanilla. It would be nice to see more alchemists and enchanters and blacksmiths and whatnot. So I would say I'm a fan of this if it makes the whole profession ecosystem more competitive and more diverse. And if it doesn't go like too crazy, like you're crafting epics or something at level 20 and you make the leveling like really trivial. It wouldn't be good if they went too crazy with it, I think. Next we have new class abilities and spells. Brand new abilities and or spells unique to this version of Classic. Not really much to say here. It's a pretty standard request for Classic Plus. One thing to note here is that it would differ from the Season of Discovery in the sense that a lot of the abilities from that were from other expansions, which sort of got into that issue of bleeding into the identity of other expansions. Like, if you have Penance as a priest, you're going to kind of feel like you're a Wrath of the Lich King priest, but according to this, that wouldn't happen since they would be unique to this version. Honor rewards redesign. Move honor rewards away from the original model and towards a more seasonal model where new honor rewards are added to coincide with new PvE raid tier updates. So, if you haven't noticed yet, although I wouldn't say that I'm a purist, I am kind of resistant to change that takes it too far away from its vanilla identity. But even saying that, having done the rank 14 grind, I will tell you that it is atrociously bad. A lot of people give me flack for this, but it just is. At least on competitive servers, you have to play 14 hours a day, non-stop, and it suffers from the sunk cost fallacy, and you can't take any breaks or else you just waste all of your effort. It definitely rewards time more than skill. In a lot of ways, it's pretty representative of the horribly balanced systems that you would find in MMOs of the early mid-2000s golden era. But I've always thought that if the reward system wasn't so bad, more people would PvP. So really it depends, since this is pretty vague, but it sounds like it would be kind of a hybrid with how arenas work, where you would probably do a less harsh grind for honor for a season, and then when the next raid tier is released, another season starts with better rewards. So it depends, it's so vague, but it has potential because I do think that there's a lot of room for improvement with the current shitty rank 14 system, for lack of a better word. Next is the WoW token. So I could go into a whole thing about this, but over the course of like 7 years, I feel like I've made every possible argument against them. So I'm honestly just kind of burnt out in justifying my reasoning. I'll just say that I'm personally against them for a variety of reasons. Yeah, no 40-minute rant for me today. Sorry, guys. Anyways, class talent adjustments, streamlining and improving class talent trees to make weaker specializations in classes more viable, while still maintaining the overall feel and flow of classic combat. Again, I love most things with vanilla, but my dream for Classic Plus in terms of class balance has always been something closer to the Burning Crusade, where each class and spec still have their own unique identity, and at the same time, there aren't any that are like completely useless like you have in vanilla. So I like this one. This is something that I actually liked with Season of Discovery. It was pretty cool to see Shadow Priests and Retribution Paladins and Elemental Shamans in a vanilla raiding setting. I think it supports more ways to play it. It supports people rolling alts more, and overall I think it makes people want to play the game more, which is always a good thing. Account-wide perks and progression systems. A system to allow you to gather points and spend them on account-wide bonuses such as quality of life, convenience, encouraging playing alts, or specializing in specific activities. So another pretty big question mark here, because it's very vague. It kind of sounds like heirlooms maybe, which I personally don't like. That's part of Wrath Identity, by the way, if you remember. Personally, I think leveling in vanilla should remain largely the same, aside from something to eliminate boosting. Not that the leveling in vanilla is perfect, but I think that a lengthy leveling campaign is a very large part of vanilla's identity, so if you were to make it faster, that would be a major step away from kind of the whole point to begin with, in my opinion, at least. But that's kind of getting off track, because this isn't even saying heirlooms, that's just speculation on my part. If you guys have played old school RuneScape, they kind of have a similar system to this with its leagues, which are essentially seasons from Classic. They're new launches of the game with alternate rule sets, and if you participate, you earn points on your main account to spend on cosmetic rewards. And I think it's a good system as long as it's cosmetic. Again, if you go too crazy with the quality of life, I think you get too far away from the identity of vanilla. But maybe something like, say like a cool tabard, or a special pet, or maybe even a title or a mount that are unique to this version of vanilla isn't too overboard, and it's something like, hey, look at all the stuff I've done to kind of show off to other people. I think that's important in an MMO. Showing off to other people is a very, very underrated thing in the genre. Playable High Elves is very interesting. This is another common request of Classic Plus, although that people usually say that the Alliance get High Elves and the Horde get Ogres. I do think it has potential, but they would definitely need their own starting zone, which leads us into revisiting known but unexplored zones. Visiting zones that were part of Warcraft history but were never playable in original WoW, such as Mount Hyjal, Uldum, Gilneas. Now, you might say, okay, Cataclysm, right? But I don't think so, as long as they're done in a vanilla style. The Mount Hyjal of Cataclysm is very different from the one in vanilla, and I also think that if they're really big zones with similar style quests of vanilla, there's a lot of room for other things, because this could mean, more levels to grind, or more raids and dungeons with these unique aesthetics and lore. Yeah, I think it's a great idea, but the execution has to be good, and they really have to nail that vanilla feeling. I think really big, mostly open zones with like quests to kill 10 Hyjal scorpions and get 4 deer antlers or whatever. Like, make it as basic of quests that you would find in original vanilla World of Warcraft. Next is player housing. So this, from what I understand, is now War Within. Please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not really up to date with current World of Warcraft. And you can also, of course, say garrisons from Draenor. And I'm personally not a fan of it, because it gets back to what I was saying earlier, and a huge issue with the Warlords of Draenor was that it takes people out of the world. For it to work in World of Warcraft, it would definitely have to be instanced. I agree with that, but for every person loitering in their own private instanced house, that's just another player that isn't loitering around in Stormwind or Orgrimmar. And you may say, okay, well, what's the big deal with that? But one of the things that makes or breaks MMOs isn't necessarily even how popular they are, it's how popular they appear to be. Many people remember their first time walking into Ironforge or Orgrimmar and seeing it packed with people. They're at the auction house, they're leveling trade skills, forming a dungeon or a raid, or just loitering, whatever it may be. It's busy, it's active, and there are players everywhere. You feel like your time spent is more valuable because you see visually so many people doing the same thing. There's a huge bandwagon effect in the MMO genre, and a killer is that if people get the idea that it's dead or dying, it makes them feel like they're wasting their time. Why level if there are no guilds to find at the end game? Why farm gold if the auction house is going to be dead and no one's going to be there to use it? It's this killer cycle that just decimates MMOs, and these developers know it. It's why in the Mists of Pandaria that they introduced the cross-realm zoning. This has kind of gotten this reputation of being really bad and sort of sapping away at the community structure of the game, because you see a different group of people each time you log in, essentially, and there's no real foundation to build a community that's unique to your server. And while this is true, it was a necessary evil, because at this point so many people were quitting and servers were just dying. What do you think reads better? A new feature that merges server communities for a more active world? Or World of Warcraft shuts down 70 servers amid subscription decline? That doesn't really make you want to play the game, does it? Why would you start an MMO that's clearly declining? If all these other people are quitting, it must be kind of bad, right? Something's wrong here. So optics are so important. It's also why they started even hiding subscription numbers during Draenor after they had begun to plummet. So yeah, as an MMO developer, like it or not, you have to at all costs either keep your game popular or keep the illusion that your game is popular. And as we learned in Draenor, instanced player housing is the antithesis of that. People were no longer in the major cities. They were now alone in their own garrisons, which created this feeling of isolation, not only for themselves, but also for the people that would have seen them had garrisons not been in the game. So for me, this is a hard no. In fact, I think it's kind of game-breaking territory of changes, in my opinion. Achievements, not really much to say there. It's a wrath change by itself in vanilla. Maybe not a huge deal, but again, if you start adding all of these features from other expansions, you do run the risk of it simply not feeling like vanilla. This is actually quite timely though, because I recently made a video about Wrath of the Lich King, and I mentioned how achievements sort of marked this era where the game started to become more heavily goal-oriented, and people just kind of stopped exploring for the sake of exploring, but instead for achievement points. There had to be some sort of reward now for every endgame action, and it was now possible to experience the game correctly and incorrectly instead of just experiencing it. I think that a lot of this just has to do with how the player base has kind of changed over the years. I think as people understand the game more, they naturally become more goal-oriented, and back then it was much more wholesome because it was our only choice because we knew so little. So a lot of that is out of the control of Blizzard, but again, if you want to talk identity here, it does mark this period where the game started to become much more goal-oriented, which may make it not feel like vanilla. Cross-realm play, kind of went over this in the housing section. It has benefits and downsides. It makes the game more active at the expense of individual server communities. Ideally, the game is just active, so there's no need for it, but as we know, it's not an ideal world, and who knows what'll happen. People will probably lose interest at some point, and it may become a necessity. Yeah, for this I would say hold off and wait to see if it does become an issue, and then just cross that bridge when you get to it, if you get to it. Honor system redesign, ground up redesign of the honor system, removing the hard honor cap, and making the system more evergreen and continually engaging. So we kind of went over this already. I do agree that the honor system sucks. I would welcome change, but it's really kind of vague, so it's hard to comment. In regards to it being evergreen, I think that is good, as long as that means that you don't have to do the entire grind in a sprint, and you have to play X amount of hours in X amount of time, or else you lose all progress. If you're allowed to let life happen, and then you can pick up where you left off, you know, a few weeks or months down the line, I think it'll encourage more people to PvP, and that's a good thing. War mode, so this would be BFA. They are the alternative to PvP servers, where you opt into PvP in the open world via a toggled option in your main faction cities. It's an interesting idea. It would certainly reduce angry forum posts of people who regret rolling on a PvP server. It's definitely a quality of life change. I think a lot of the more
set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 5 seconds left. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA. Crate. 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 5 seconds left. Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA.
Hardcore PvPers will say absolutely not to this. Next are brand new zones, completely new playable areas with unique lore added to the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, so actual new zones. And I'm a fan of it, as long as they're part of the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, since again, that's such a huge part of the identity of vanilla. So theoretically they could add max level zones, which opens up new lore and ideas for settings for dungeons and raids, and even fill in some of the low-level areas, like that awkward late 20s, early 30s spot that some people have trouble with and they kind of dungeon grind to progress. 20 and 40 player raids. Really, I think this is kind of a given. This is on pretty much everyone's list for Classic Plus, so not really much to say here other than I think it's really important that it's horizontal progression as opposed to vertical. If you don't know, vertical progression is how modern WoW does it, or at least it used to. I haven't played since Shadowlands, so I guess I don't truly know. But at least when I played it, whenever a new raid tier was released, pretty much every single item from the previous raid tier is replaced very quickly, and it's all made to be irrelevant, which I always thought was a shame, because one of Modern's biggest strengths was its raid design. Like, are you immediately retiring one of your greatest strengths with each and every single patch? This might be kind of tinfoil hat. Personally, I think it's done for WoW tokens, since if you do it this way, you now have a patch as opposed to expansion. Like when the Blackwing Lair releases, you still want to do the Molten Core. Hell, some guilds are even running the Molten Core during Next Ramus for a select few items like, I don't know, Quick Strike Ring or Thunder Fury. Onslaught Girdle is pretty good. So this style of progression is really core to the activity of vanilla. Personally, I think it was Cataclysm is when they kind of transitioned to this more vertical progression where you wouldn't really revisit the old raids once new ones came out. Graphical improvements to lighting, shadows, and surface reflections. Already went over this. I think it's unnecessary personally. The whole idea, it seems, is
Set
to play
loop to
vanilla,
FFA.
so I think it's better to stay closer to that, graphics included. To me, it's kind of like replacing the soundtrack with modernized, updated music with more instruments. I'm like, the soundtrack is one of the most nostalgic things with this game, and you know me with nostalgia. I think nostalgia is great. I don't think you want to lose that, especially if you're going to be adding in all of this other stuff. You still want to have some room for nostalgia, and the graphics and soundtrack is a great place for that. Your trade skills, your primaries and secondaries,
Crate.
Pretty common request. I mentioned the survivalist profession earlier.
Crate.
It's the one where you
Crate.
to light the way in dark areas. And I think it's not. If I were a developer, I personally would stay away from things that were already done, like jewel crafting, inscription and stuff. Similar to the ability section, I think it would be better with stuff that's completely new to
5 seconds
all
left.
versions
Crate.
of the game. Here we have more graphical improvements.
Crate.
That's all I gotta say.
Set loop to FFA. Set loop to FFA.
They could always do something similar to Cataclysm with the same game modes, but new maps. Remember the battle for Gilneas was the smaller Arathi Basin, and there's another one for Capture the Flag, which name escapes me right now, but obviously again, something that's new class and race combinations. So this is another Cataclysm change. Personally, I think that Cataclysm identities in particular should be avoided, since Cataclysm is kind of seen as the antithesis of vanilla. Arenas, you know, okay, it's Burning Crusade, I mean, but Burning Crusade is so close to vanilla that in a lot of ways it's not as big of a deal as something tied to like Cataclysm or Mists of Pandaria or BFA. Yeah, you want to see Azerite in vanilla?
Oh, champion. I'll suck your cock for some Azerite, champion.
New class, which is definitely interesting, and another one that depends so much on execution. It could be amazing if it feels very vanilla-like and it has maybe a little bit of jank, or really bad. And again, here I appreciate that they say completely new. It kind of seems like they're quite aware of this issue of adopting the abilities of other expansions, which I think is good. 10 player raids, this too has a lot of potential. The Blackrock Spire I originally believe was 15 man, then it got scaled down to 10. So it's not like it's new to vanilla. I think actually technically you can run all 10 these raids if you wanted to. I've always been a fan of smaller content. I think that as long as their mainstay attractions are 40 man, and those remain to be the most rewarding, because I think that's a big part of Vanilla's identity, because remember, it was Burning Crusaders when they reduced it to 25, but I think if it's maybe a step down in level of rewards of 20 mans, I think it would be fine to have 10 player raids for sure. Cross-realm guilds kind of gets into that same discussion, and it really just depends on server populations, I would say. Personally, I say avoid it if you can, and just cross that bridge when you get to it. Transmog, which is Cataclysm. This one's a hard no for me, not only because, again, Cataclysm is the antithesis of vanilla, but come on, look at my channel avatar. Clown suits define vanilla World of Warcraft. It's such a big part of the game to see people in this random mishmash of gear, and if you do actually get a full matching set, it just makes it feel all the more worthwhile to look cool as well as being functional. And lastly, we have playable paladins on the Horde side, as mentioned. For this, I definitely say no, and the reason for that is fuck the Horde. Yeah, that's really it. But yeah, that about covers it. Again, big disclaimer, who knows if this will happen at all. Classic Plus has been rumored for so long, it's kind of a meme at this point. I will say that the service itself is promising. I think that it does have a lot of potential. And trust in Blizzard, which I know is in short supply these days. we'll just have to wait and see what happens, I suppose. I hope that they do it, and I hope that if they do it, it doesn't suck Dragon Balls. I'd love to check it out if it looks good. If it wasn't obvious already, I'm pretty much a vanilla Andy. It's my favorite version of the game. It's the most nostalgic for me. Yeah, to me it was much more than a game. It was this cultural phenomenon for a reason. It even existed, and I'm a big fan of experience. That does bring me here, and this is going to be a channel related thing, so if you don't care about that, the video is essentially over. But many of you have noticed that I've kind of backed away from vanilla related content. Most notably, I've been doing some old school RuneScape, and although it's mainly World of Warcraft
Set loot
related
to
right
FFA.
now, I want my HoJ series to be very broad, and it's for a couple of reasons. The first main one being that Blizzard really hasn't done anything vanilla related that I'm interested in personally in a very long time. No hate on Season of Discovery enjoyers, but it didn't really scratch that itch for me. It did at first, but I was one of the many that quit in Phase 3 with the Sunken Temple raid. I don't know, it just started to feel like not vanilla for me for a variety of reasons which I won't go into. And as for the 2019 line, that kind of marks the end of Classic for me, personally. Character catechism too much, or anything past that aside from Legion, so it's just not for me. Again, no hate if you're looking forward to Mists or whatever. And as for reason number 2, it's just that vanilla is kind of
5 seconds left.
around not changing. At this point, I'm about 700.
Damage to FFA. Set loot to FFA.
Specifically, I'm not sure. I haven't counted them, but I'd wager it's essentially staying the same in its 1.12 state. I've kind of covered everything that I've wanted to cover. It's probably one of the most studied games of all time. Anything you could possibly search for it is already on YouTube. Chances are it's made by yours truly. So, I don't know. I guess I just feel like there's not really much else to contribute without repeating myself over and over and sounding like a broken record. At the end of the day, whatever I put out, I want it to at least be quality. You know, time is the most valuable resource, and I want to spend mine making things that I'm proud of, and things that when you guys watch, you walk out of thinking, you know, that was worth my time. I don't know. I guess between these two reasons, I just haven't felt like I would be able to achieve that within the realm of old Azeroth. I do still love vanilla World of Warcraft, and I probably always will. Now, do I love Blizzard? That's another discussion, but I do love vanilla World of Warcraft, so if Blizzard puts out vanilla-related stuff that's new and interesting to me, such as this possible Classic Plus idea, or if I'm just feeling really inspired and I manage to find something cool to talk about, I'm all for it. But yeah, until then I'm gonna go with quality over quantity, so yeah, apologies if you have been disappointed with the lack of good stuff lately. It's never my goal to disappoint anyone, but it's just about putting out stuff that's quality, you know what I mean? That's all. But with that being said, thank you for giving me your valuable time. Like the video if you did like it, because I will see you in the next one, wherever that may be. Alright, thanks guys. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
Crate. 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 Set loot to FFA. Set loot to FFA.
Picture this. Picture this. It's the year 2052. You just posted an honest review about a product, and then, over the next few weeks, your video gets taken down, you get constantly harassed by bots, and then on top of that, the company that made the product threatens to sue you. Sounds pretty unbelievable and dystopian, right? Yep, sure does. And for HouseFresh, a small independent review site dedicated to testing air purifiers, it's a reality right now. Within a month of their video review of the Pure Air 240 being posted, they got an anonymous tip that their review had been put forward as evidence in a pending lawsuit against Pure Air. Shortly afterward, YouTube pulled down their video and a legal letter hit their inbox requesting that HouseFresh amends their earlier written review, threatening that failing to do so would result in HouseFresh being taken to court for defamation. Right around this same time, HouseFresh posted an outstanding article that we actually discussed on the WAN show explaining how Google is killing independent sites like theirs. So what is going on here, and who is to blame? Is it YouTube for attacking whistleblowers? Does Puro Air have any legal ground to stand on here?
It turns out that this rabbit hole is a deep one, including lucrative affiliate deals, Google's algorithm being abused to suppress real reviews, and even a big Chinese company that is attempting to prevent shipments of Puro Air's units that has led our two players here into a big misunderstanding. Because we reached out to Puro Air for comment, and oh boy, did that raise way more questions than answers.
So, it's time to strap in and dig deep. And who better to help me than, there he is, Danny from HouseFresh. These guys might face more legal complaints for being here, sorry about that, but they agreed to travel all the way here and share their story to help educate consumers and hopefully give other independent reviewers the benefit of their experience in this battle. But first, I need to battle this Segway to our sponsor. I'll get you, Segway!
Forum. Make a statement.
Great.
Materials like meteorite and ethically sourced antlers. Click our link in the description and use code LTT for 20% off.
Crit. 5 seconds left.
HouseFresh originally
Crit.
took an interest in the Pure Air 240.
Set loot to FFA.
Nowhere.
Set
Yet
loot to
somehow
FFA.
It was one of the best selling. Their review of it was pretty normal. They discussed that while the product seemed to work fine, it was an awful value when it was sold at $220 because, as it turned out, you could find some pretty similar looking devices on Alibaba for around 35 bucks. Well, 4 days later, perhaps coincidentally, their video got bombarded with dislikes and comments that appeared to originate from Russia, a country that had rarely shown up on their analytics in the past.
When we saw the traffic from Russia, we didn't really understand why, because we always publish our reviews in English. And the downvotes just didn't stop. Every day it was 10 downvotes, 10 downvotes, and it just carried on.
The next development was the anonymous tip that HouseFresh's review had been put forward as evidence in a class action lawsuit against PuroAir in California. That was followed 2 days later by the removal of their video from YouTube for, quote, counterfeit policy violation, and then 3 days after that, they received an email from PuroAir's lawyers requesting that HouseFresh amends or remove statements from their written review. When HouseFresh failed to amend the review, high five by the way, PuroAir's lawyers sent them a pre-action protocol letter, which is the first step toward filing a defamation suit. Almost immediately, things went from bad to worse. 1 week after they responded to PuroAir, HouseFresh received a DMCA removal notice, and Google preemptively pulled their written review from their index. What that means is even if you went out of your way to search PuroAir 240 HouseFresh, it would not show up in your search results.
When we first saw that DMCA notice, that's when we started to worry, because YouTube was meant to be our plan B after our site was decimated in Google search. So the DMCA rules mean that anyone can make a complaint to Google, and if it matches the automated system, the page is taken out of the search. And you have to make an appeal to have a human look at it, but it takes at least a couple of days for someone to look at it. Because the system is automated, you can actually hire people for less than $10 to get any page removed. Our critical review couldn't be found in Google anymore, and this was a battle we were already dealing with in the SEO competition.
Obviously, that's a lot to digest, and it raises so many questions. Who the heck is PuroAir? And why did Google take the video down and then shadow ban a perfectly normal product review? Let's start with the first part. PuroAir and their 240 unit, which I happen to have right here with me. But since I personally know very little about what makes an air purifier good or bad, Danny will be helping me, and oh, he brought the very similar one that can be purchased factory direct from China. So, we're each gonna tear down one of these with a focus on their differences and maybe more importantly, their similarities. Step one. Hold on, step one. Oh no, I think PuroAir's got a case here, man. That's a completely different sized outer carton. Breathe with confidence. 99.99% efficiency. I bet you don't have that.
I don't have anything.
Look at that, you got nothing. Here, I'll fix that for you. Here, hold on, no, I got you. Problems brand air purifier. It's got 99.
Fun fact, by the way, this HEPA 14, that's removed from their website and the Amazon listing.
Oh, really? But the 99.99%, that's still there?
I think that's still there.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, wow. That's 50%. They get 99.99% 50% of the time.
This is something I jumped on a call and chatted with PuroAir about, both the verification of the HEPA 14 claim, but also why they removed it from their website. They mentioned that they were actually battling lawsuits and FTC claims done by a very dominant Chinese competitor, one that often challenges several of PuroAir's claims. And because of these claims, they found that from a marketing perspective, they saw no real benefit from fighting a possibly expensive case for a term that didn't seem to impact their sales. It kind of does call into question if they were even using HEPA 14 filters in the first place, since all they should need to do is show their certification for any filter that uses it, but we kind of know how well the legal system works, so... And it might seem weird that I had this note here, but I'll be back later to explain a bit more about why this Chinese competitor actually plays a much bigger role in this than you might think.
Well, you've got BKJ23A, and I got BKJ23A the second.
Oh, well, that's completely different then.
But I'm sure I have stuff that you don't. Look, I get $15 off HEPA 14 filters. Not to mention a 2-year limited warranty and user manual. Yeah, what do you get? You get nothing. Yeah, you really did, though, get absolutely no manual or anything.
No, sadly not. No.
Is PureWare? And why did Google take the video down and then shadow ban the product review? Let's start with the first part. PureWare and their 240 unit, which I happen to have right here with me. But since I personally know very little about what makes an air purifier good or bad, Danny will be helping me, and oh, he brought the very similar one that can be purchased factory direct from China. So, we're each going to tear down one of these with a focus on their different... But I'm sure I have stuff that you don't. Look, I get $15 off HEPA 14 filters. Not to mention a 2-year limited warranty and user manual.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what do you get? You get nothing. Yeah, you really did, though, get absolutely no manual or anything.
No, sadly not. No, nothing.
So the Chinese factory just assumes you're smart enough to figure it out?
Oh, I've got some Chinese words.
Oh yeah, that's on the bag. Well, that says, do not put over your head and try to breathe. Oh wait, hey, look at that. Yeah, that's totally different. Mine's black.
Yeah, this is why.
And mine has the perforations at the bottom, and yours has them at the top.
No, it's just upside down.
I can see why you guys thought it might be similar. Oh, well, mine has a sticker. Here, tip it over. I wanna have a look here. Okay, so we've got a little honeycomb thing.
Yeah, so that would be like the sensor.
And this is really interesting. There's a little bit of a flaw in the mold where the plastic flows around these holes, and you can actually see that it's the same on both of these units. So not only is the design extraordinarily similar, they clearly come out of the exact same mold. And there would be no reason for two factories to shoot plastics into the same mold, allegedly.
Thank you.
Now we're looking at the bottom. See any similarities?
Yeah, it seems like the same design, basically, and the same foot, like the little feet.
Ah, yes. You say that, but can yours do this? Right, okay. Okay, so they are both packaged in plastic.
Yeah, so that they don't get used in the factory, like in the warehouse.
But tell me this, Danny, if that is your real name, sounds made up to me. Does yours say PureWare on it?
No, nothing.
Huh, otherwise it looks the same, doesn't it? I just found a difference. This piece right here uses a different mold on these two units. Wait. No, it probably doesn't. It's probably a large mold that they shoot plastic into, and it makes multiple pieces. So it would be a 1 in 2 or a 1 in 3 or a 1 in 4 chance of getting the exact same piece. So yeah, that doesn't prove anything.
So we should have bought 8 then.
Yeah, we should have bought even more. Wait, how many of these did we buy?
You can talk to accounting.
Oh, this has an open, unauthorized seal, no guarantee.
Yeah, so one of the things they probably don't want you to see is that in their original marketing they said they asked scientists from MIT and Harvard to design it.
Oh, so they don't want us to get their technology.
Potentially.
Well, I would like to see their technology. Where's my screwdriver at? These molds are slightly different too, actually.
We've got the P13. I don't know if this one hasn't got it written on it.
And this one has like a bit of texture there. I'm getting very curious about why they clearly use the exact same molds for some parts and why they use different molds for others. These ones use the exact same mold. I'm looking for little imperfections, like there's a little blemish right here, and that blemish is on this one too. So these are the exact same mold, but these ones are not. Bizarre. Actually, here's a theory. This is an early version of the handle for our Noctua Edition screwdriver. And you can see there's kind of some swirls. So when you add dye to the plastics, even if you're using the same plastic, it can change the flow characteristics of it a little bit. And also different colors will show these kinds of lines more or less than others. Microsoft discovered this the hard way when they released a white version of the Xbox Series X. They actually had to completely redesign the mold in order to do that because the black version hid them, but the white version was covered in little whorls and little marks. Anyway, my point is that could be a reason why they would use a different mold for some parts on one versus the other, depending on how it flows. With that said, they don't seem to care that much about their mold quality anyway, so allegedly. Okay, now that's going to tell us a lot once Danny catches up to me here and makes his way to this control PCB. Oh my goodness, how many screws does this take? Ah! Oh my god, it really does look the same, doesn't it? So I'm clear, these guys got mad at you for saying that this and this seem to be the same thing.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
I mean, they're the same thing, down to the like off-kilter mounting of this resistor. Okay, but these are going to be totally different.
BKJ23AD.
Yeah, but
no, that is different.
mine has a totally different QC date.
Yeah, QC is different. So.
Actually, I don't even know if that's a date. What date code would 66 be? Evil one. Well, there's only one reasonable conclusion. After PureWare did all of that MIT research, this Chinese factory copied them.
That's probably why we got our video removed then.
Seriously, obviously this is not how you guys... all of that MIT research. This Chinese factory copied them.
That's probably why we got our video removed then.
Seriously, obviously this is not how you guys would test an air purifier, right? Just like ripping it apart immediately. So how do you test them and make sure that this is HEPA or not HEPA or activated charcoal or whatever? How do you tell if it's good?
Well, the main thing is just using it. So we fill our test room in our home with incense smoke. We fill it up for 30 minutes and then we track it with a purple essence that tracks the level of PM1, 2.5 and 10. And then see how quickly it takes to remove it, because that's the main reason why you would get an air purifier, to see how quick it can remove these tiny particles from the air.
Right, so it's like a dehypifier sort of device for your space.
Yeah, that's what
Sure, right, and that is definitely the kind of review that you would want to see when you Google PureWare 240 reviews, so why did Google pull it?
So it might look like there's loads and loads of websites, but it's actually 16 companies that dominate the vast majority of search terms that people search for. That's why you see the same images and even the same recommendations from different publications owned by the same company.
And HouseFresh has more on their hands these days than just the legal battle with PureWare. They're also fighting a search engine battle. Even before their review was removed from Google's index, they discovered that search terms like best air purifier, which used to drive significant traffic to their site, just bring up garbage top 10 air purifiers articles now. And these are often written by people, or AIs, that have never tested or even touched the products that they're recommending. Oh, fun fact, by the way, I got bamboozled into buying incompatible windshield wiper blades for my car by just such a list. But minus, you should have known better, right? Not necessarily. See, many of the publishing companies behind these listicles will go out and acquire trusted websites, ones that Google favors over lesser-known sites. Then they'll immediately make cuts to expensive things like, product testing and writers. And then they'll use that brand and profit off of it until it becomes worthless. Then they move on to the next one. Profit? Profit how? Well, these listicle sites have affiliate links, the exact same kind that you would find in the description of our videos. In fact, there's one there right now. You click our link to private internet access, sign up for a VPN that will mask all of your Linux ISO downloads, and LTT gets a commission. Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but how a website goes about it can dramatically impact the user experience. On HouseFresh's page, for instance, they give their honest review, which might include a recommendation, but often doesn't, and they say, hey, if, having heard all of that, you still want to buy it, here's the link. Well, if you've ever scrolled through a top 10 listicle, you'll know it goes more like this.
Buy this, please! No, buy this one, buy this guys, use my link!
These pushy sales tactics are just the tip of the iceberg, though. According to HouseFresh, commissions in the air purifier category are generally around 3%, but in PureWare's case, they are much higher. How high are they? Wait, percent? If I was an unscrupulous AI listicle mill, I would be very interested in percent commission on a $230 product. But come on, guys, I say. People are gonna see that high price and just buy something else on the list, right? Well, you'd think that, but what if everyone was complicit? What if every item in the damn listicle was selected purely to maximize commission rather than to maximize air purity? Now you see the problem. And you've got to consider the category of product too. People who are passionate about blenders, for instance, might immediately know that some random brand isn't worth it when they can just get a Vitamix at Costco for $400. But like, who's passionate about air purifiers? Exactly. So by strategically selling products in low passion categories, these brands can mostly stay under the radar of enthusiasts and reviewers, and their high prices can actually create a perception of value for the uninformed consumer. Then they leverage that perceived brand value and they discount it, creating a perception of savings and a sense of urgency to buy. That is the playbook that PureWare used to rocket to #1 on Amazon. Lucrative affiliate deals drive recommendations, which drive profits, which drive affiliate deals, and money printing machine go brrrr.
And while, yes, it's easy to shame PureAir since this is the company that has sued a reviewer, but they are far from the only company that might try these tactics in order to climb up the rankings ladder. And there's also nothing inherently wrong with using an offshore factory in order to manufacture a product for the Western market. But using the markup that you make as a way to leverage your position in the review space, that is not okay.
Now you've got the full picture. PureAware buys cheap products, sells them at a big markup, and then leverages their cash to go after negative reviewers with fake counterfeit documents. Luckily, HouseFresh had insurance that helped to cover some of their legal fees, but they aren't out of the woods yet. Just when they thought this saga was over, they received notice that their insurance provider will not renew their coverage if they continue doing reviews. Continue doing it, they're a reviewer. So what does that mean?
Because this is now deemed high risk, our insurance company won't provide us coverage. But we're not going to stop doing reviews because I think it's important that there's independent voices like ours telling consumers what works and what doesn't. The good news is there's no legal active case for the PureAir 240 review, but we're still talking to our lawyers just in case.
Which is great, but the thing to remember here is that PureAware and HouseFresh are just small players in a much bigger game. This impacts everyone, even if HouseFresh can get insurance. What can they do about bot brigading or video takedowns? It's no secret that YouTube's copyright system has been open for abuse for years. And in many cases, it takes more time and resources to fight these things than it ends up being worth. Unless you just really care about air purification.
Since we want to continue reviewing air purifiers, we wanted to review the larger PureAir 400, but when we sent over questions that we had, we received an email from their lawyers.
Really? After everything that happened, HouseFresh still contacted PureAware about their new device, as they should, and PureAware, apparently having learned nothing, basically threatened them again, saying, "Stop with your fixation with PureAware." Oh, did we reach out to PureAware for this?
Yes,
Oh, and?
we're currently in talks with them.
We are in talks. What does that even mean?
I'll give an update now. After I jumped on a call with two higher-ups, including the CEO at PureAir, I don't necessarily think that they are the devil in disguise or anything. It's clear that they just found a way to play the system and gain some ground. But I think many people would do the same thing if they could. But why does it seem like they have such a chip on their shoulder for HouseFresh? Well, you remember how I mentioned a Chinese competitor earlier? It turns out that PureAir has been battling a company called Lavoie, a company that makes a variety of home products, including air purifiers. Lavoie has opened court cases, FTC investigations, and even managed to hold cargo shipments at ports against PureAir in order to prevent them from entering the Western market. And from PureAir's perspective, the timing of Danny's negative review about the 240 unit, along with HouseFresh's positive reviews of some Lavoie units, made them suspicious that HouseFresh is simply just another attack vector. PureAir still seems convinced that HouseFresh is in bed with Lavoie. So we asked Danny to clear the air, and he said, quote, "We have as much of a relationship with Lavoie as we do with Winx, Koei, Smart Air, Xiaomi, Dyson, and many other brands. We have even asked PureAir to present proof of this in multiple legal communications, and they never did because there is no proof. It would be like saying that LTT is funded by Nvidia because we reviewed their graphics cards. Ouch, Danny must read our subreddit. Anyways, none of that changes the fact that they tried to sue a reviewer. It doesn't matter if they think it was an attack from a bigger player. And while we never found solid evidence about who sent the bot brigades and even the DMCA takedown, that is also not okay for any company to do or abuse. And I think there's some learnables for YouTube here as well. Any system where you can hire someone as cheap as $10 to take down a video is a broken system.
So, what's the conclusion here then? Well, the good news is that there is a happy ending to the HouseFresh story, which we're going to get into in a bit. But the bad news is that this whole listicle affiliate thing is still 100% a problem. And the only solution to it is slow, painstaking, one person at a time education. So if you have someone in your life that you know trusts these listicle websites, grab a share link to this timestamp to help them identify a real review versus a clickbait listicle. Step 1. Hey, it's okay to use these listicles, especially for inspiration, but you should always search up the individual model number somewhere else before you buy, like on Reddit or on YouTube. Also, you're going to want to read or watch more than one review, ideally more than 5, because the thing is, user reviews can be manipulated, and media reviews can be manipulated, but it takes a pretty well-coordinated effort to manipulate everything and bury every negative take on your product. Step 2, look at how hard they're shilling. This might sound obvious, but if they're pushing the purchase button in front of you before you've even had a chance to read a single word about the product, maybe it's time to find someone else who looked into it. A great way to know if someone has really put in the work is to see if they took their own photos or collected their own comparative data rather than just listing manufacturer specs. Finally, step 3, do a quick sanity check on who wrote the article. If it's someone, ideally a real person, who has built a career on consumer trust and verified testing, I can almost guarantee you that they'll do a better job than some anonymous entity on a website that reviews everything on planet Earth. So, the happy ending for HouseFresh then. It seems like, for now, they're out of the woods. We're going to have their channel and their Patreon link down below, by the way, so you guys can go and support them.
Thanks for listening to us, and if you want to find out more about HouseFresh, you can now use Google to find us.
No one, no matter how big or how small, should be allowed to be shoved around for speaking the truth if they're putting in the work to back it up. But what I will shove you into is the same to our sponsor.
Forum! In just a week or so, it'll officially be summer, and that means weddings galore. As you can imagine,
Head over to
with one of their minimalist watches, with stocks, whiskey barrels. Forum! In just a week or so, it'll officially be summer, and that means weddings galore. As you can imagine, rings are a hot commodity around this time, so why settle for a plain old band when you can get something extra special? Thorum makes unique rings from exotic materials like World War II rifle stocks, whiskey barrels, and even genuine meteorite. Each ring comes with a free silicone activity band and an American walnut wood ring box. And you can put the final touches on your outfit with one of their minimalist watches, which also have some of the same exotic materials. With free shipping and a limited lifetime warranty, what's there to lose? Go check them out using our link in the description and get 20% off with code LTT.
If you guys enjoyed this video, head over to our RTX 5090 review. We had a ton of our team work on this, and we even had a ton of hosts help talk about every feature, and it turned out to be one of my favorite review videos we have ever done. the help of one of the world's top overclockers, we built the world's fastest gaming PC, cracking the top 20 on the 3D Mark leaderboards. And that was all without doing anything particularly horrible to our RTX 5090, which got us thinking, what if we did do horrible things? Hey, there it goes. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus! Gotta say, boys, I was expecting the wicked fast test bench, I was expecting the chunky water block, and I was expecting the industrial chiller. What I wasn't expecting was for you to put Blasty Dip all over this Asus ROG Astral GPU. Why?
Sorry. Go fast?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If we want to go fast, we gotta go cold. And if we want to go cold, there is a very real risk of condensation forming on our components. Now, we could insulate them, but realistically, we probably don't need to, because inside our environmental chamber, we can control not only temperatures, but also humidity, meaning that we probably won't even need our makeshift conformal coating. It just looks cool. Just like I think it's cool to tell you about our sponsor, Hetzner. Hetzner is based in Germany and has your data locked down by GDPR and strict privacy laws, even at their locations in the US and Singapore. Get $20 off a Hetzner cloud server today using code LTT25 at our link in the video description. If you don't get why NVIDIA would care about what we're doing, I don't blame you. I mean, it's our GPU, and I'm sure that they would agree that we can paint it as we see fit. But what NVIDIA doesn't like is when users and board partners play around with the power targets for their cards. And this particular one is running a BIOS that allows us to run it at over 1,000 watts. That is about double of what the excellent 12-volt 2x6 power connector here is rated for. Not only that, but even with this special hybrid liquid metal compound that Splay provided for us, running 1,000 watts through this GPU could have a serious impact on its reliability and being aliveness, which NVIDIA doesn't like. This is cool. I was cleaning off the hybrid compound for a B-roll shot, and you can actually see the little balls of metal in it. That's where my nickname comes from. We've already done a baseline run with our card on air cooling, so our first step is to install this BitsPower Nebula GPU. Wow, damn, that's beautiful. Oh, I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna need a cold shower after seeing these machining marks. Whew. I'm gonna install this on there, and then we're gonna do a non-chilled water cooling run to see if we can push things any further than we already have. What's this block go for?
It's pre-production, so we don't really know yet.
Probably around 250.
Enough that if you can afford a 5090, you don't care anyway. All right, let's see how it goes. Now, quick question for you. For your hybrid liquid metal thermal compound to work properly, do we need to run this at an above ambient temperature for a little bit, let that liquid metal melt and spread out?
I would say it couldn't hurt anything.
Okay, that's not... Don't show that. No, don't show that. NVIDIA really never... that liquid metal melt and spread out?
I would say it couldn't hurt anything.
Okay, that's not... Don't show that. No, don't show that. NVIDIA really never is going to send us a GPU ever again.
Do you want to take that GPU out?
Why?
Well, we're going to take it out anyway, and you're going to spill water on it.
There's a stop fitting here, right? So, should be fine.
Did you stop the other stop fitting?
I did.
Cool.
Man, BitsPower makes some gorgeous stuff. I still remember their OG true gold and true silver fittings back in the day. The silver ones were brilliant, actually, because they serve a dual purpose. They look cool, and silver acts as a natural biocide, so you don't have to worry about anything growing in your loop. Wow, these have a lot of restriction in them. Can't say I love these fittings, BitsPower. Also, the threading is not good. These cards sag enough when you do have them screwed in at the back. This one's on a whole other level. Like, I cannot let go of this. It will probably break the socket off. Oh, wow, it's got all the sizes and everything. Look at that. It comes with your own calipers. Perfect. Alex was saying I went too short on this tube, which could be perceived as dumb, like a fox. Now it's a safety net for our poor GPU in case the seg bracket gets bumped. Now we theoretically open up the valves, and everything is bueno. What could go wrong? We couldn't figure out why the GPU is at 0 degrees. It's because it's zero frequency hertz.
Yeah, the frequency hertz.
That unit of measurement that everyone uses and such. All right, this does not look any faster than yesterday. In fact, it looks slower.
Yes.
You didn't overclock anything, did you?
No.
I knew we brought you here for a reason.
I want to make sure it's working first.
Is that at 58 degrees, though? That doesn't seem right. Before we push things any further, Alex wanted to compare this score with what we got on our stock 5090, which is... Actually...
I don't think this is the right BIOS.
What do you mean by not the? Oh, we hit 970 watts. Okay, I'm giving myself some credit here. Remember when I was like, hey, those temps seem high?
I remember that. I remember. Do you want to go back to the normal BIOS?
I feel like now that we've skipped the regular BIOS, we've skipped it, so we might as well just
Go for it.
plow forward. Yeah, so now we could probably make some adjustments to clock speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
The idea today is to crack top 10. We haven't even pulled out the chiller yet, and we're already, well, we're not that close, but we'll get there. Just to be clear, none of what we're doing is necessary or probably even going to result in a difference that you would feel day to day. This is pretty much as fast as hardware gets as it is. We have a Ryzen 9 9950X 3D processor, which is as fast as it gets, with 8 of the cores having 3D V-cache, and the other 8 cores to pick up, I guess, any slack. We have 32 gigs of DDR5 6000 CL26, and that's tuned to run at about 6200 megahertz. And of course, we have an Astral RTX 5090, which, according to Splave, is the best one.
Yeah.
Most importantly, though, it's in a Lamborghini case.
Oh,
That'll make it go way faster.
on, Alex.
You see this carbon fiber? That's plus like 25 FPS for sure.
I'm willing to bet it doesn't even affect the weight of it that much.
Oh, it's a really
Oh
heavy
my God,
case.
it's so heavy. I bet you could lift it easily.
Maybe. Sorry.
Now that I know this thing's running 1,000 watts, I'm really impressed with this water block rather than disappointed. That's a lot of heat. How much radiator you got on this? Just a triple?
Yep.
That's a good thing we're going to be replacing that.
Bits Power did not give a thermal pad
I
for
was
that area.
just checking that. No, they didn't. I would strongly recommend Bits Power if you're watching this, or if you buy one of these and Bits Power didn't watch this, throw a little thermal pad right in the back by where the GPU power connector is. It might help dissipate some heat if you ever have a loose connection. Now that's totally cheating. You just set the anisotropic filtering to crap mode.
High performance, baby.
They used to call that cheating.
Doesn't have to look good. Just has to be fast.
Well, in fairness, the reason they used to call it cheating was because ATI and NVIDIA would change it around in their defaults in the driver settings.
That's true.
It's fine if I decide I want my image quality to be a little worse. It's not fine if you decide it should be worse.
This looks pretty good.
Ah, we cracked it at like 210 there. Oh yeah, what did we even do?
We just bumped the clock speed up a little bit.
Nice. This legit looks like a really good run. I don't know about top 10, but good run.
We just have to beat Jake.
Oh, easy. Whoa, buddy! What was Jake at?
Yeah, 43.25, I think.
We're 43,129.
All right. We can do better.
Oh, we're not there! 43,250. Let's chill it.
Chill it?
Yeah, let's not just break him, let's crush him. Do you want to do a quick explainer for those who didn't watch the previous video? You know, what all these dials and knobs mean and what order you should adjust them in? In the meantime, I'm going to go plug in the chiller.
So the first thing you do clearly is set the fan speed to 100%.
Right.
Doesn't matter on our card, but on yours it probably does. After that, I see you have the power target only at 95 and have done nothing to the GPU voltage. Would you want to play with those at all?
At home, probably. If you don't have the 1,000 watt BIOS, you're going to run into thermal problems before you hit 100%. At home, you would maybe even use, I think it goes up to like 104 or 105 on a normal card. You just max that out, then you could play with voltage a little bit. And then I just do 25 megahertz at a time on the clock and run it. And if it passes, go higher.
Easy enough.
Easy. The voltage is tricky on 5090. It gives you a percentage.
What does that mean?
I just put it at 100%.
Okay.
All the volts.
100% voltage, sure.
And you can see that doesn't really affect much. It caps itself out. They don't really want you to increase voltage on the card when power limit is kind of the limiting factor.
Makes sense.
So we're kind of controlling power only through power target. So you can use VF curve to lower voltage, but the performance is worse. I just avoid messing with voltages and just play with power target and your core clock.
So if it becomes unstable when you go a tiny bit higher on the boost, you increase the power until you max it out?
Yeah, so say I have increased the GPU boost clock by 200 megahertz and this failed. So you could try like 95% power target and see if you pass. And if you pass, that's about all you get.
Would you ever turn down the power target and try again and see if it was a thermal issue?
You could turn down power target, but then it's just gonna take away your clock. because you'll hit the power target.
Because Jake says he backed off voltage, and that was how he beat us yesterday.
We run the air conditioner, so we would, by the end of the run, the card was really warm. Whereas here, we're taking the heat away, and it's not really going up after we've started the bench.
I see.
So by the end of the bench, we were failing maybe in the last 2 seconds. So we just really needed like 3 degrees to be able to pass.
Okay. I got a lot more than 3 degrees for you. Our chiller's ready.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Did you have kind of a thought on exactly how we're plumbing this up?
I was gonna close these and then just remove a couple of PCIe brackets, throw them at the back.
Oh, okay. Do they need to go at the back, or they could just go here?
You can just go right there too.
I don't think we need the reservoir on the loop either. I was just gonna plumb around it. I was basically just gonna go to like here.
Oh yeah, we can just totally delete the whole radiator if you want.
What do you need a radiator for? Radiators are for chumps.
Yeah, we've got a much bigger one.
Hey, there's a display for coolant temperature in there. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Does it go sub-zero?
We don't know yet.
Oh, neat. Okay, we'll find out. Cool. The last thing that I want to do is drain this reservoir, because if we go and we put this in a sub-zero chamber and it freezes, it will break. It's about to get real, Alex.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, there it goes. See, that's the fastest way to drain a thing.
This is really nice how Lee and Lee did this. You just push on that, whole thing comes out.
Buddy, that's awesome. It's full of water, don't forget.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. Okay, I'm just making sure you know before you, spill water. I'd hate for any of that to happen on this shoot. It's been a really tidy, clean shoot with no spilled water so far. Hey, there it goes. Professionals. All right, let's fire up this chiller. All right. Let's go. Woo! She stopped pumping. I'm just gonna give her the old power cycle here. Also, that poor pump sounds like it is dying. She moved a little bit of coolant, and then she stopped. That seems to be full of coolant.
Yeah, we can just try again.
Okay, we're just trying again. Not gonna lie, a little scared. That sounds pretty bad. We might need to prime the pump, Alex.
We shouldn't have to.
I mean, I know we shouldn't have to, but we might want to do it. That is super weird. Why? What are you adjusting?
Oh, this is the pressure.
Oh, Jesus!
Super weird. Why? What are you adjusting?
Oh, this is the pressure.
Oh, Jesus! I got shrapnelled.
I was going to say we should put some hose clamps on those, and then I totally forgot. I brought them over.
Oh my God. It's a mess. Is de-icer toxic? It's all over me.
It's probably not great for my pants, that's for sure.
We're supposed to cool the computer, Alex, not the people.
Look at the screen.
Oh no.
And this video had so many fun moments that we couldn't fit them all in this video, so the extras are all on Floatplane. Go check it out.
Oh, he doesn't see me, he doesn't see me. No. Go! Come on! First you call me small balls, then you say you don't believe in my ability to install a water block. Alex, were we reading it wrong?
Yeah, we're just really dumb.
Oh. This is peak cinema. Fortunately, the glass panel in the front of this computer took the brunt of it. I don't think we hit the GPU or motherboard. One drop right there. We hit our screen in the back, but I think she's pretty clean. Okay, so she was clearly moving it.
Yeah.
So...
That was awesome.
System was airlocked.
Yeah. Is there a valve shut off somewhere else? Because it seemed like it was pushing against... Yeah, because that's the out. Oh man, dude, I am super confused. Oh my God, I figured it out.
Oh, we're idiots.
The shut off. We had the valve closed on the CPU block. We're lucky we didn't blow up that GPU block.
That would have been fine. We know that they're good for over 200 PSI.
That's true, we do. Well, not that one specifically.
This pump only does like 100 PSI.
Our Canadian healthcare doesn't cover your chemical burn, I'm sorry.
I probably have better coverage here than I do at home.
Okay, let's do this thing. You ready?
I guess it's...
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
All right, we did it.
Is your overclocking always this exciting?
Not as explosive as this usually.
What do we think is safe to set the chiller at? Right now it's at 23.
Yeah, lower. I bet we could do like probably 12 or so.
Yeah, I was gonna say 12.
All right, give her a sec. She's chilling. She's just chilling, you know? Jumping right into a benchmark. Already, I think we're, 5 degrees cooler than we were when we were relying on ambient air to cool our loop down?
Exactly.
And did you change any settings or anything, or are we just hoping it's gonna...
More clocks.
Okay. We're still in the 1,000 watt BIOS, hey?
Yeah.
And we're at 43 degrees?
Yeah.
Wow, so it was really heating up that water before.
Well, I think the bigger thing now is that the pump just is ripping compared to the V5.
43,810.
There we go.
All right.
Whoa, buddy. Okay, let's submit that, buddy.
LTT right here.
Let's go number 17. Take that, Jake. Honestly, though, Alex, she's struggling to pull down.
Yeah, what's on the go?
Well, 1,000 watts of GPU.
Oh, that is a thing.
Like, does this not have 1,000 watts of capacity?
It has 5,000 watts.
Oh, well, on the one hand, we're pretty upset about our industrial chiller not working. We think maybe there's been a gas leak of some sort, because she's pulling down, the compressor's running, but the condenser's not hot, and it's not pulling down to the temperature quickly, and it's actually going up while we run our benchmark. The good news is that we just hit 44,000, so is that still 17th place?
16th.
Oh, wait, we took your own spot. Ha! Ha ha! Normally I'd be thinking, okay, we'll just get an HVAC technician to come out and fix our system, but the problem is that Alan's got a flight to catch. So if we want to go very, very sub-zero, we're gonna have to come up with some ideas. Hey, look, I found an idea. Oh, yeah. Now that's a radiator. We throw this with a bunch of high-speed fans inside the environmental chamber, and we can chill the loop down that way.
Ooh, that's pretty fast.
Spicy.
Even though the chiller isn't chilling quite as well as we hoped, the pump in it is still fantastic, and our scores just keep on going up.
I'm trying to find 3,000 RPM fans, but they're all mixed in together with the 2,000 RPM fans. Hello. Huh. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Here's what I'm kind of vibing. Huh? All right, I got a plan.
What are you doing?
I am making a shroud.
Why?
Because if we just put the fan against the radiator, we're gonna miss out on probably a solid 60% of the actual cooling capacity of that radiator. Dude, this is gonna be awesome. Heck yeah. Oh, dude, see this is what I'm talking about, okay? So we get the fan off of the fins, boom. We're making use of all that airflow. Boom. Oh, I wish I'd centered it. Well, it's done now. So this is gonna be sketchy. Shield your virgin eyes. All right, so now, theoretically, all the airflow will go through the radiator. We have a cooling solution. Side quest complete. You have obtained this friggin' thing. Okay, here we go, boys.
Oh my god, what the hell is that?
That,
Oh my god.
my friend, is a radiator and a fan. Whoa, buddy!
Oh, that's fast.
We're working over here.
I was working, what are you implying? I made this.
Beautiful.
Oh wait, did I ever get a pump? Okay, well I found a reservoir, so we have that.
Well, what I was thinking was we still use the chiller, even though it's not chilling too good. That pump in it is insane.
Okay.
So we put the chiller back
Are we gonna
there.
lose a lot of our cooling though?
Maybe?
Use the res pump thing we were using in here or no?
Yeah, we could just use that one.
We could do that.
Yeah.
So wait, where does this put us? Oh dude, let's go! Let's go! We're top 10, baby! Let's go!
Not even cold yet, right?
In terms of raw actual numbers, we're not even that far off some of these scores.
Yeah,
Do you think she's got more left to give?
I think she does.
All right, I'm excited. She's still schooling.
Wow, that is...
So I think she's gonna cool your GPU there. I think we're good. So we're just gonna use this, and we're just gonna set it up in there. Oh, she's chilly, boys. She's chilly. So it flows out here. I feel like we could do that. Okay, I'm gonna run the power out to Alex. All right, how are we feeling about this?
Mid.
We call that a Canadian W. Feeling mid. Okay, here we go. Wait, should we take the tempered glass off?
No, just throw it in.
Okay. Oh, yeah, bud. No problem, bud. Okay, so we got the radiator here. Love the 011 case. It's designed so you can reach right through it when you want to get to your janky sub-zero water cooling radiator in your environmental chamber like that, see, bud? She goes into the radiator, up the top of the radiator, down to the GPU. These are stoppered. Then we got this here. tie or something, then we can come off it here. You never grow up, you just get better toys. Let's get some windshield de-icer. We don't have a funnel by any chance, do we?
Man, I really hope that this doesn't leak.
That's good, we're gonna need another bag, I think. All right, Alex, you want to power cycle it? Dude, the coolant's at 16. And that's with the door open.
Reese, are you hitting the fan?
Yeah, go for it.
And this is how you set records, I guess.
Well, depends, we haven't gotten there yet. Hey, we got a great view of all the displays and everything. So our coolant is at 8 degrees and our GPU is at 12. That actually checks out. That sounds about right. That at idle, our GPU would be a few degrees above our coolant temperature. We're gonna see that delta grow once we're actually running benchmarks and stuff, but this is a very good starting point. You know which delta I'm actually most impressed by, though?
Damn.
How close our coolant is to the chamber temperature.
Yeah, it is really close.
2 degrees off. That's how much air we're moving through that radiator. Fear it. How's them temps? You like them temps? Good
Nice,
temps?
nice.
You seem okay? We're at minus 0.5 and our loop's at 4 degrees Celsius. GPU sitting chilly at 6.
This works surprisingly well, given that our chiller stopped chilling.
I can't believe we pulled this solution out of our butts. Okay, so we're at 30 C on our GPU right now. She's running pretty smooth right now, eh?
Yeah.
45, 349.
Ooh, we're in 7?
7th. That is a whole gigahertz over the base of like a Founders Edition.
And it didn't even take very much work, did it? Just for me.
Whoa, this is gonna be a pretty nice run.
I think so. Yeah, we haven't even felt yet, really.
Oh. Shouldn't have said anything.
Why did you say that?
Did you see that?
Why did you say that?
We've been finding that the 50 series does this really weird thing where when the load drops, like you're not hitting it 100%, the frequency just goes to the moon for some reason, and then it crashes.
45, 354. That is a touch higher, isn't it?
5 points.
Yeah, okay. Hey, look, I'll take it.
So you don't think that giving the CPU anymore will get us any more score?
Probably not. Intel actually scores a lot higher on this 1400 series for some reason.
Well,
Like, if we would have used one, it would probably went very slowly. Sorry.
This is what we get
Too
for
late.
building a computer
finding that the 50 series does this really weird thing.
at 6.
This works.
Delta grow once we're actually running bench. Funnel by any chance, do we?
Man.
Okay, so we could do that. Your GPU there. I feel like we could do that. Okay, I'm gonna run the power out to Alex. All right, how are we feeling about this?
Mid.
We call that a Canadian W. Feeling mid. Okay, here we go. Wait, should we take the tempered glass off?
No, I just throw it in.
Okay. Oh yeah, bud. No problem, bud. Okay, so we got the radiator here. Love the 011 case. It's designed so you can reach right through it when you want to get to your janky sub-zero water cooling radiator in your environmental chamber like that, see, bud? She goes into the radiator, up the top of the radiator, down to the GPU. These are stoppered. Then we got this here. There's some tubing. And then if you want to give me like a cable tie or something, then we can come off it here. You never grow up, you just get better toys. Let's get some windshield de-icer. We don't have a funnel by any chance, do we?
Man, I really hope that this doesn't leak.
That's good, we're gonna need another bag, I think. All right, Alex, you want to power cycle it? Dude, the coolant's at 16, and that's with the door open.
Reese, are you hitting the fan?
Yeah, go for it.
And this is how you set records, I guess.
Well, depends, we haven't gotten there yet. Hey, we got a great view of all the displays and everything. So our coolant is at 8 degrees and our GPU is at 12. That actually checks out. That sounds about right. That at idle, our GPU would be a few degrees above our coolant temperature. We're gonna see that delta grow once we're actually running benchmarks and stuff, but this is a very good starting point. You know which delta I'm actually most impressed by, though?
Damn.
How close our coolant is to the chamber temperature.
Yeah, it is really close.
2 degrees off. That's how much air we're moving through that radiator. Fear it. How's them temps? You like them temps? Good
Nice,
temps?
nice.
You seem okay? We're at minus 0.5 and our loop's at 4 degrees Celsius. GPU sitting chilly at 6.
This works surprisingly well, given that our chiller stopped chilling.
I can't believe we pulled this solution out of our butts. Okay, so we're at 30 C on our GPU right now. She's running pretty smooth right now, eh?
Yeah.
45, 349.
Ooh.
We're in 7th?
7th? That is a whole gigahertz over the base of like a Founders Edition.
And it didn't even take very much work, did it? Just judge for me.
Whoa, this is gonna be a pretty nice run.
I think so. Yeah, we haven't even failed yet, really.
Oh. Shouldn't have said anything.
Why did you say that?
Did you see that?
Why did you say that?
We've been finding that the 50 series does this really weird thing where when the load drops, like you're not hitting it 100%, the frequency just goes to the moon for some reason, and then it crashes.
45, 354. That is a touch higher, isn't it?
Oh, no. 5 points.
Yeah, okay. Hey, look, I'll take it.
So you don't think that giving a CPU anymore will get us any more score?
Probably not. Intel actually scores a lot higher on this 1400 series for some reason.
Oh.
Well,
Like,
darn.
If we would have used one, it would probably have been very slowly. Sorry.
This is what we get
Too
for
late.
building a computer that's actually for gaming instead of for getting higher benchmark scores.
Exactly.
Oh, that is fast.
Oh, six?
6?
We're going for
Number
5.
6?
Let's go, baby.
Let's go top 5. Actually, we're the top AMD result now.
Top AMD.
Top Canadian.
Let's go!
All right, how much is this drawing? Oh, it's not too crazy. 900 watts at the moment.
Okay, 1028.
Yeah, 1,000 and a bit. That's
Biggie.
about what we expect. That's what we were doing before.
Here we go. I believe.
Come on.
We're just shy of minus 20 on the chamber. We don't want to go too much lower than that. Once you start hitting minus 30, things don't like you.
That's what like the juice and the capacitors of your power supply just starts turning into solid, not juice.
She's artifacting. Nah, she's artifacting.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Oh wow, we're starting to get some really weird reported numbers there. Well, our RAM's on the sun, so that's probably going to be a problem.
You ever feel like if you don't move, it'll pass?
Yeah.
No, she
no. I kind of almost just want to restart the computer and see if that helps it.
Okay.
Seems to be a bit confused.
I like it.
What makes this a Hail Mary run exactly?
I don't even know what I said. So we'll just see if it works. What do we need? Like 50 points?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, not much.
It's always the last 50.
We're at our full minus 25 now, so there's nothing more we're gonna get from more cooling. Like, we've kind of been changing multiple variables as we've gone here because we've been adding more cooling capacity as we've been tuning it, kind of building the train as it's flying down the rails.
Come on. Oh!
Whoa!
Is that enough, boys?
Whoa, now that's a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one. Is that her name, the astronaut?
Mary?
What, Katy Perry?
No, it's Mary. 45.
4th?
Number 4, we're top 5, let's go! Let's go, Canada! Let's go!
Man, these are LN2 scores.
Really?
Yeah. So,
We went faster than LN2.
yeah, man.
Why were we able to beat an LN2 rig
Yeah.
with a processor that really is not as optimized for this benchmark? What did we do right?
So
What
they're,
could the people do?
they're using a D too. I think it's maybe slightly less performance,
Got it.
but I think the cards might shut off at like minus 40. So we're almost there, I guess, cooling wise.
Understood. That makes sense. So, do you think if we had a 14900 in here, that we would have a shot at top 3 podium finish? That's 500 more points. That's a lot.
So I talked to Safe Disk, and he said he tested it, and it was about 1,000 more points. So we maybe would have been up top here. I'm sorry. I'll go home and do that. Okay.
Okay, I'll send you the chamber.
Yeah.
That's a nice card you've got yourself there.
Not bad.
She seems pretty binned. It looks like you might have a shot at number 1 with that thing.
Are we happy with this?
I'm really happy.
Yeah, that was great.
Like, we're as high as we're gonna get. We squeaked past Ralph. Squeaked past.
It's a really fast computer. Should we game on it?
Be kind of silly if we didn't.
What's the cost of the system plus the chiller?
That's not a
50K?
bad title.
50K gaming PC.
Yeah, how fast is a $50,000 gaming PC? Never mind that most of it is not the PC. I can't believe we hit top 5. Let's go.
Never doubted it. we were getting ready to pack up.
That's why he's so big, because he's full of shit. Can I win Counter-Strike now? Oh yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, now we're going fast, boys. Just got him. Got him. Look how fast that kill was. Damn it. Wait, our FPS isn't even that good. Oh wait, we're at 1440p. Let's go! Headshot, boom! Damn it. Oh, how can I miss all 3 of those shots? And he ain't even a pro.
Maybe his computer's in a giant freezer too.
That's probably it. He probably out-freezered me. Ah, hopeless. What's that?
Good movement. Good movement. All right.
Come on. No! Pew, pew. I give up. Oblivion Remastered. Here we go, boys. Okay, we're running at a casual 560 frames per second.
Oh.
No. She's good. She's good.
No, I don't think it's good.
Oh, she's not good.
No.
She's not good. Oh, she's bad.
That's a wrap.
Wrap, just like this segue.
That you're gonna wrap.
To our sponsor.
Micro Center, rated #1 in PC Mag's 2024 readers.
These have a lot of restrictions.
It changes a lot. It changes depending on what I play, what I want to do. Like, for example, classic PvP, I would pick Hunter. I really like Hunter PvP in classic WoW. But if I'm raiding, I wouldn't. I would pick Warrior. Farming, I would pick Mage. So like, there's 3 classes right there where depending on what I'm trying to do in WoW, I would like to play 3 different classes. I feel like it's the same way, like in C. I really do like Hunter PvP.
Oh, I see.
7 Hell Wars, and then 50 humanoids. Do you expect it to be before KT is dead with no roll buffs? Well, bare minimum like months, because AQ hasn't even released yet.
Is there a point to killing the dragon out here?
Yeah, actually. He drops a random item.
That's it?
Like he drops no. He drops a guaranteed item that gives a quest drop.
Oh, I see.
It's like a blue sphere, and it gives like a really good high level item, like randomized item. It could give like blues or epics.
I see.
Right. Once you turn, the quest is like a repeatable.
Oh, so he's. Oh, I was gonna say, is it like the drain at the drain the
It's exactly what
thing
it
that
is.
you turn in here?
But it's
oh,
blue.
he just gives like a guaranteed one.
Yeah, but it gives a higher level.
Huh. Okay.
Here, save these.
Oh, I see that works are like the next quest. It's not the first quest. I was like, that's really random. 7 help wars and then 50 for one step. Donnie, he waited until 6:19 because he didn't want to start it too early. But based on like releases, he had a really good feeling that by the time we started 6:19, it was either AQ was either already going to have been announced, in which case it gives some good leeway time up to AQ for everyone to start leveling and stuff, without starting way too early. And he ended up being right. He was either like, dude, it's either gonna. We had like a feeling it was AQ patch was either gonna be announced by the time 6:19 happened, or like the week after. Just based on like the timeline of previous releases. And we were pretty close. I mean, there was like a week before that it was announced, right?
Yeah, and with the pre-patch, not the pre-patch, the war effort being in, it's likely we won't even get into AQ for a month after it releases. Because somebody has to do the quest chain, first of all. Somebody has to do the quest chain, somebody has to put Grind Exalted on hardcore, and we have to complete the war effort. So it's likely like we'll only have, 2 months of AQ max, like 6 clears, and then we're in Nats. Yeah, and I don't think anybody's prepped resources for it, so they're farming starting now, which it takes like 2 months. It's like 200,000 linen cloth, right? Shit like that. It doesn't autocomplete. It does. It just takes 2 months to autocomplete. Autocomplete doesn't start for like a week or 2 after it starts, and then it does 10% a week. So it's like 12 weeks from the patch, which is 3 months. Right? Like it's like something like that. It's very slow. It's not like SOD patches. Who knows? Maybe they fuck it up and they just make it like SOD. Done it before, right?
I mean, we've seen a ton of other SOD changes make its way into it.
It's like when AB released and you could just queue into SOD players on Era.
How did they break autocomplete in Classic?
It just didn't work. It took a long time. Yeah, no, it just took a long time. I was on a server that auto-completed. Let's reset this. Let's just run out. Let's go north.
He walks so slow.
Yeah. The 1 HP freak.
It's the guy you train your weapon skill on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dude, our internet is so fucked.
What? Let's see.
I lagged on that last roll for like 2 or 3 seconds. Everyone was just running in place.
Servers have also been actually shitting the bed today. It's really bad. I feel like 3 people died.
Really?
Yeah. There's an elite back there we don't want to pull.
Is he hard? Or just no point in killing him?
No, I mean, we could kill him. He's 10k.
But why kill him?
Oh, 30 days after I see.
Oh, so they changed it for report.
So it should be 30 days. So then the latest it could be is if we autocomplete. Then it would be a month after.
Okay, cool.
Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 Set loot to FFA. Crit. 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 Crate. 5 seconds left. Crate. Crate. Family to FFA. Set loop to FFA.
Episode of Cold Fusion. In the quiet deserts of China's Gansu province, something extraordinary just happened. What's claimed to be the world's first operational thorium reactor has come to life. And what makes this extra remarkable is that they did it all using declassified American research. It's an incredible story. For decades, thorium has been whispered about as the holy grail of nuclear energy. It's meant to be cleaner, safer, and almost impossible to weaponize. In fact, 5 years ago, on this very channel, I explored the theory of thorium in one of my videos. But today, it's a reality. But this isn't just a scientific milestone, it's a glimpse into a future where energy innovation isn't driven by profit, but by public investment. And it shows what happens when we decide to bet on long-term research for a payoff in the later part of the century. In this episode, we dig deep into the big picture of a better, safer nuclear energy called thorium reactors. We'll also try to separate the hype from the reality. If the Chinese test proves successful and scalable, could this prove to be a turning point in the history of energy production? Or is it not all it's cracked up to be? Let's take a look.
You're watching Cold Fusion TV.
Great.
We could use thorium about 200 times more efficiently than we're using uranium now. This reduces the waste generated over uranium by factors of hundreds, and by factors of millions over fossil fuels.
But before we get started, just some quick housekeeping. Cold Fusion episodes are now available on Spotify, so you can watch them there if you prefer. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've had to burn fossil fuels to turn on our lights, cook our food, and power our lives. It works, but the downside is serious air pollution, billions of dollars in healthcare expenses, and millions of preventable deaths. And then in the wake of World War II came the nuclear age. Nuclear power was different. It was amazingly efficient and seemed like the future. But over time, there were problems with its public image and fears of nuclear disaster. Enter thorium. It appears to be the perfect solution. It's abundant, it's less volatile and less reactive than uranium, and a nuclear plant powered by thorium can't suffer from a nuclear meltdown. In the Chinese reactor, for instance, if things do get out of hand, a plug at the bottom of the reactor melts automatically. The fuel then simply drains out using gravity, a much better scenario than the unstoppable operation of traditional reactors. For added context, to give you a picture of just how efficient thorium reactors are, just look at this chart. It shows the ratio of energy out to energy in. The purple bar is a thorium molten salt reactor, and the blue bar next to it is a traditional nuclear reactor. If thorium is proved successful, it's clear to see why it's world-changing stuff, especially when compared to any previous form of energy production. Despite thorium's immense potential, compared to hundreds of uranium-based nuclear reactors, they remain as mythical as a unicorn. There's only one operational thorium reactor, and it's hidden away in the Gobi Desert. China may possess the world's sole reactor, but the twist is, it was built on American research.
We're all at Oak Ridge. The morning that we showed up, one of the Oak Ridge guys came in with an announcement from the Chinese Academy of Science. We are going to do this, we're going to own the IP. So you would think someone in our government would say to us, giving away this information.
The Chinese achievement was announced by head of the thorium reactor project, Zhu Hongxian, during a closed meeting with the Chinese Academy of Science. He stated, quote, "The US left its research public, waiting for the right successor. We had that successor. We mastered it, then pushed it further. We are now at the frontier of global nuclear innovation." End quote. So okay, let's back up a bit and learn what a thorium reactor actually is. Firstly, thorium is a naturally occurring element found in rock deposits. It serves as the fuel for the reactor. When thorium is hit by it absorbs instead of splitting, eventually turning into a fissile material, uranium-233. A fissile material is one that splits apart when neutrons are blasted at the atoms. When this happens, energy is released
Set loop
and
to
can then be
FFA.
converted into electricity, usually by heating steam and driving a turbine. Unlike uranium, the naturally occurring thorium-232 is not fissile, meaning it cannot sustain a nuclear reaction on its own. However, it is fertile, so it can be transformed into a fissile material, but it needs a helping hand getting there. For thorium to become a useful fuel source, it first has to be blasted with neutrons, turning it into thorium-233, which beta decays into protactinium-233. The protactinium can be extracted, which decays into uranium-233, a usable fuel.
There really were three options for nuclear energy at the dawn of the nuclear era. There was uranium. This was the form of uranium that could actually be utilized directly in a nuclear reactor. Most of the uranium was uranium-238. This had to be transformed into another nuclear fuel called plutonium.
5 seconds left.
And then there was thorium. And in a similar
Set loop to FFA. Set loop to FFA.
Now this process doesn't work well with traditional nuclear reactors because they use solid fuel rods and pressurized water cooling. It's much harder to extract things. Enter molten salt reactors.
The molten salt fuel for this reactor is radically different from that used in solid fuel reactors. Here, salt flows from a pipe which is heated to keep the salt molten. At 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, the salt does not react with air. It flows like water, but does not boil.
To recap, molten salt reactors use liquid fuel, which makes it much easier to isolate protactinium and continue the thorium fuel cycle. If done right, molten salt reactors can be way safer than the standard water-cooled reactors, the latter of which must be kept under insanely high pressures to stop the water from boiling away. Molten salt reactors can operate at low pressure, and as mentioned, are set up in a way that in the case of an emergency, the fuel is automatically drained away, avoiding the chance of this happening.
The first step in a nuclear nightmare. As far as we know, at this hour, no worse than that. But a government official said that a breakdown in an atomic power plant in Pennsylvania today is probably the worst nuclear reactor accident to date. There's no apparent serious contamination of workers. The nuclear safety group said that radiation inside the plant is at 8 times the deadly level, so strong that after passing through a 3-foot thick concrete wall, it can be measured a mile away.
But the worst was yet to come. The earthquake created a power failure for the Mage nuclear plant. The emergency generators started but did not run for long. The cooling pumps did not restart. About 45 minutes later, the tsunami reached the nuclear plant.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. 10 minutes. 11 minutes. 12 minutes. 13 minutes. 14 minutes. 15 minutes. 16 minutes. 17 minutes. 18 minutes. 19 minutes. 20 minutes. 21 minutes. 22 minutes. 23 minutes. 24 minutes. 25 minutes. 26 minutes. 27 minutes. 28 minutes. 29 minutes. 30 minutes. 31 minutes. 32 minutes. 33 minutes. 34 minutes. 35 minutes. 36 minutes. 37 minutes. 38 minutes. 39 minutes. 40 minutes. 41 minutes. 42 minutes. 43 minutes. 44 minutes. 45 minutes. 46 minutes. 47 minutes. 48 minutes. 49 minutes. 50 minutes. 51 minutes. 52 minutes. 53 minutes. 54 minutes. 55 minutes. 56 minutes. 57 minutes. 58 minutes. 59 minutes. 60
Starting March 12, 2011, one of the 6 reactor units exploded, followed not long after by 2 others, releasing an unprecedented amount of nuclear radiation into the air.
Despite not being a ready-to-use fuel and requiring complex processing, if done right, thorium could be a superior alternative to uranium for 4 reasons. Number 1, it's abundant. Thorium is everywhere. It's in the Earth's crust, in rocks, and it's at least 3 times more abundant than uranium. In China alone, there's enough thorium reserves to power the country's energy needs for the next 20,000 years. As I mentioned earlier, thorium itself isn't fissile, and while there's a downside, it can actually be a good thing. It grants more control over reaction. Some thorium advocates also emphasize that thorium is, quote, proliferation resistant, meaning that you can't easily make bombs with it. Others say that these safety claims are exaggerated, just as the risks of nuclear reactors are. But also, because of the reactor design, the use of molten salt as a coolant eliminates the need for high-pressure water systems like traditional designs, reducing the risk of accidents like a steam It's cleaner. Thorium reactors also don't emit greenhouse gases, and unlike uranium waste, which remains hazardous for tens of thousands of years, thorium waste becomes safe in just a few hundred years. In the case of China, obtaining thorium could come at almost zero effort. Surprisingly, thorium is actually a waste product of its rare earth mining industry.
We can power our civilization on thorium without opening a single thorium mine. It is already a plentiful byproduct of existing mining operations.
Number 4, it's efficient. Thorium generates up to 200 times more energy than uranium. To put it into context, just say we have 2 batteries. One is uranium and one thorium. If the uranium battery gives you 1 day of power, a thorium battery of the same size will power you for 6.5 hours. Despite all of this, molten salt reactors have largely been stuck in the experimental phase for decades.
Why aren't we working on liquid fuel in the United States in general?
Oh, licensing a liquid fuel reactor, commercial especially in the US right now, is scary.
The nuclear status quo remained unchallenged. Not even after countless reactor meltdowns, no one's made any moves to put the molten salt reactor into practice. Until now. Over in China, Xu and his team developed the reactor technology from American declassified research of the 1960s. The US was testing this very same technology, but chose not to develop it further. Instead, they focused on uranium-fueled pressurized water reactor technology. That 1960s research was known as Oak Ridge. It was the closest America came to thorium power. But why did they stop? We'll look into that now.
Set loot to FFA.
NRC regulations specifically spell out prohibitions against fluid-filled reactors. You cannot operate fluid-filled reactor more than 1 megawatt without expensive license process.
After the Hiroshima bomb tipped the scales of power in America's favor, the US was keen to develop more nuclear weapons. Much of that work happened at Oak
Set
Ridge
loot to FFA.
in Tennessee. Director Alvin Weinberg also began looking into alternative, less weaponizable nuclear methods. Thorium-fueled molten salt reactors were what he settled on. The molten salt reactor experiment ran from 1965 to 1969. The results were incredibly promising. It quickly became the holy grail of thorium research. As the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists states, quote, all molten salt reactors are based in one way or another on the molten salt reactor experiment.
Set loot to FFA.
From 1965 to 1969.
Great.
Nuclear technology. One of the amazing parts about his vision was how this could transform not only the U.S. economy, but many other places in the world, some of which don't have the resources that we have in terms of fresh water or arable land. This is a vision he had of how
Set loot to FFA.
to desalinate water, grow crops in desert areas, to really truly change the economic balance of the world.
But then, the experiment was shut down. In his book, Alvin Weinberg questioned, quote, why didn't the molten salt system, so elegant, and so well thought out prevail. There were no technical reasons why the molten salt reactor was not pursued. End quote. For one, during the Cold War, uranium fever was at an all-time high. The Pentagon needed faster breeder reactors that could fuel the nuclear arms race. In short, nobody cared that thorium was safer, or that it wasn't suitable for weaponry. That somewhat defeated the point.
Weinberg's vision, on the other hand, was brought to an end in the early 1970s. And I think this was a very sad moment in the history of our country and probably in the history of the world, because an entire direction of potential development was being ended at that moment by a not well thought out comment by Congressman Holyfield. It was very powerful. So Weinberg's pursuit of thorium appears why he was fired from his position.
Exactly what will be built. Again, it's light water reactors. I don't understand what's going on there. Why are we spending money to build reactors?
5 seconds left.
The same concept.
Set loop to FFA.
Politics. In the 1950s and 60s, great power was dominated by physicists who thought in terms of solid fuel pins, reactor physics. All the while,
Set loop to
the key to
FFA.
saving nuclear power lay in chemistry. Quote, "Our problem is not that the idea is poor, it's that it's different from the mainstream and too chemical to be fully appreciated by non-chemists." End quote. We'll look at the counterpoints to what Alvin is saying in the last section of this episode. But for now, let's see what happens next.
Set loop to FFA.
So, the Oak Ridge experiment was defunded, Alvin was reassigned, and the thorium blueprints gathered dust. That was until the 2000s. At that time,
Set
NASA
loop to
engineer
FFA.
Kirk Sorensen was researching ways to power a community on the moon. Kirk stumbled across Oak Ridge's research on molten salt reactors and thorium, and he was mesmerized by thorium's energy density. It was so high that you could theoretically hold a lifetime's worth of energy in your hand, and it was abundant on both the Earth and on the moon. Kirk got to work to get the message out about thorium. He was convinced that if the United States hadn't abandoned thorium research, the country could have been energy independent by the early 2000s. But alas, his thorium enthusiasm fell on deaf ears. Here, the story takes a major turn. While seemingly everyone was ignoring what he had to say, one country did notice the China. There were thousands of reports sitting there in public archives with insights that could shape the next generation of energy, and the Chinese researchers realized that a thorium-fueled molten salt reactor could solve their growing energy needs and also secure their national interests. In 2009, China's thorium project formally took shape. Construction began in 2018. There were hundreds of scientists who worked day and night for years, dissecting declassified American documents, replicating experiments, and designing new materials, and many of them were on site for more than 300 days per year. Project lead Zhu would summarize the situation by saying, quote, "Rabbits sometimes make mistakes and grow lazy. That's when the tortoise seizes its chance." And seized the chance they did. In 2023, China's thorium molten salt reactor achieved a sustained nuclear chain reaction, and by June of 2024, the reactor was operational. And now we come to the reality check. We may be closer than ever before to a thorium-powered future, but there are still many things to consider. Contrary to popular belief, there have been a number of commercial thorium plants in the past, and that's since the late 40s in Germany, India, the Netherlands, and the US, but none of them survived past the 1980s. Why is that? Some plants did have design problems, but there's more to it. It turns out the process of extracting thorium from ore and converting it into a fertile fuel for nuclear power is a lot more expensive than doing the same thing for uranium. The pessimist view is that economics killed thorium. As mentioned, thorium can produce 2 times the energy of the equivalent uranium. This requires the reprocessing of the fuel. You can't just run the plant and burn up all the thorium. And that's because as the plant would keep running, at some point, the accumulation of waste products affects the operation of the thorium. And another clarification. A lot of people do say that the reason that thorium hasn't caught on was that it can't be used for weapons. But it's more along the lines that it's more expensive to use it as a weapon, which is a good thing in the end, I guess. And then there's the problem of material
Set loop
science.
to FFA.
For molten salt reactors, the salt is extremely hot and ends up being corrosive to its surroundings. Materials that can survive this long term are hard to come by, but the Chinese seem to be working on the issue. They've built a custom alloy called HoJ N. So let's say that thorium can do what the thorium proponents say it can. Nations could power entire cities. There'd literally be no need for fossil fuels, expensive and short-lived wind turbines, or even solar panels that degrade over time. Plus, since molten salt reactors don't need water cooling, they could run in deserts, or even space.
Thorium is also common on the moon and easy to find. Here's an actual map of where the lunar thorium is located. Thorium has an electromagnetic signature that makes it easy to find things from space. With the energy generated from a liquid
Crate.
thorium reactor, it can
Crate.
suck all of the air, water, and waste products within the lunar community. In fact, doing so would be an absolute requirement.
Thorium critics say that a lot of the promising the road to thorium will be a real long slog. China has made some serious moves, but it's still early days. Case in point, the Chinese test reactor is actually tiny, and it's not a full-fledged power plant. It's
5
rated
seconds left,
for 2
crate.
megawatts of heat. For context, MIT's
Crate.
research reactor on campus.
Crate.
Although the
Set loop to FFA.
but there's also plans for a 60-megawatt Chinese reactor to be operational by 2030. The Chinese scientists pulled off a world first. They added fresh fuel to the thorium reactor while it was running. That proved that continuous operation
Set loop
is
to
possible.
FFA.
And soon, China may not be alone. Copenhagen Atomics. 2026. After this, they plan to mass manufacture them at scale. Other countries are moving, but at a slower pace. India, which is the world's largest thorium reserves, have been researching thorium for ages, but refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that slowed progress. There's multiple startups in the US that are trying to revive the molten salt reactor development, and there's other startups in other countries, but most of this development remains mostly on paper. But even if it is early days, it's encouraging that people are trying. The thorium story shows the power of public research and how past R&D can seed waves of innovation decades later. But it also shows how easily research momentum can stall. As Zhu Hongxie put it, quote, "To achieve something meaningful in this field, you must have perseverance and prepare to dedicate 20 to 30 years to one single pursuit," end quote. So, there's red-hot views on either side of the thorium debate. Is it the clean revolution of the future, or do we cut our potential losses and stick with what we know? That is the question. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. These days, everyone is talking about fake news. Getting informed is more complicated than ever before. Or, this shows you stories that have been underreported by one side of the political. Thanks for watching. My name is Dagogo. If you want to see anything else on science, technology, or business, feel free to subscribe to Cold Fusion. There's plenty of interesting topics here. Alright, so I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Here's a question. How do you measure who's really shaping the digital world? One way to look at it is where people spend their time online. Here's a list of the 20 most visited websites in the world. You'll notice, aside from these two, Yandex from Russia and Naver from South Korea, nearly all of them are American. But do you notice something else? There isn't a single European company on this list. But when you really think about it, these companies are a part of everyday life. Maybe you use Google to search for things, or Google Maps to get around, FaceTime or WhatsApp to message a friend. Or you might scroll through Instagram while waiting for your Amazon delivery. Basically, you're interacting with a world created almost entirely outside of Europe. It isn't that surprising.
Crate.
How many consumer
Crate.
Not many, I guess. But the thing is, it
Crate.
wasn't always like this. Europeans largely led the tech world before Silicon Valley.
Crate.
Before the Mark Zuckerbergs and Jeff Bezos, there was Nokia, Siemens, and Ericsson. Not to mention early pioneers like Alan Turing, Conrad Zuse, and Tim Berners-Lee, who all, by no exaggeration, laid the computing and the internet itself. Things have clearly changed there. Europe no longer sits at the table. It's not just one country that we're talking about here. It's a whole continent with 27 nations and 450 million people in it. It's also home to some of the world's best universities and has a rich history of scientific breakthroughs. Yet the European Union has not produced a single global tech company on the scale of Apple, Google, Microsoft, or Tencent. Why is that? How did a continent that helped shape the modern world fall behind in the digital? Say the EU is doing nothing. The EU is still managing to shape the tech world. Let's take a look. Before we start, I just want to say thanks for all the love on the Spotify. You guys are awesome. For those who haven't, feel free to check out Cold Fusion on Spotify. That a society or region is doing well, not just economically, but more broadly. You can look at industrial strength, education quality, or how well people live. Some of these are easy to quantify. Others, though, are more like how open and forward-thinking society is. By most of those measures, Europe is doing more than fine. In fact, in many areas it's leading. So when we say Europe is falling behind, we're only talking about a specific sector, consumer technology, because Europe ticks almost every box that should make it a tech powerhouse. For instance, it has a history of precision and world-class engineering. Legacy industries like automotive, aerospace, and rail are still world-class. Of course, Germany's BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen. France's Airbus competes with Boeing, who I don't have to tell you has their own issues. Europe has cross-border high-speed rail. And although green energy is sometimes frowned upon by some, parts of Europe are actually doing it very well. Nearly 24% of its electricity now comes from renewables, with Denmark topping the charts. So it's really unfair to say that Europe isn't doing anything impactful. Looking beyond industry, its education. Europe hosts some of the world's best universities: Oxford, Cambridge, ETH Zurich, the Sorbonne, and TU Munich. These schools consistently produce top-tier talent. Of course, though, many of those great minds leave towards the United States. In the US, the funding is higher, and the startup culture is more aggressive. This is part of a broader brain drain, which we'll touch on later. But for those who stay in Europe, Europe actually invests heavily in its own potential. In 2023 alone, EU countries spent 381.4 billion euros on R&D. And that's not just theory. Look at CERN in Geneva, the birthplace of the World Wide Web, or the world's most powerful particle accelerator, or the ITER in southern France, where scientists are chasing nuclear fusion. These are serious, global-scale science projects, and they're happening in Europe. Sure, in Europe, there's political and social tensions, challenges, and rising crime in some areas, but that's a lot of places too. But the point stands that the quality of life remains high in comparison to many other places in the world. Healthcare is usually universal. Public transport works. Cities are designed for people, not just cars. And 4 of the world's 10 most livable cities are in Europe as of 2024. Add to that democratic values and the world's strongest data privacy laws, and you'd think, man, this is perfect. It's the absolute perfect setup. The brains, the money, the infrastructure. And yet, when it comes to consumer tech, it's a ghost town. Yes, there are bright spots. Sweden gave us Spotify, and Germany's SAP powers enterprise software around a company that you've never heard of. They build the machines that build the chips that power everything. We're talking everyone from Apple, Nvidia, data centers that power AI. Every consumer piece of technology that has a chip in it would likely not be possible without this large company. There are caveats. Spotify is barely profitable and doesn't hold a candle to those American juggernauts. SAP is huge, but it's B2B. Most people don't even recognize the logo. This setup may be essential for the world, but it's not consumer. But in the context of the tech world, Europe is far from the behemoth. If we look across the globe, US consumer tech companies are just Amazon. These brands are well known. They're massive. Honestly, calling them massive is an understatement, because each of these are trillion-dollar-plus companies. 7 of these US companies, as you can see on the screen, reached a combined market cap of $13 trillion
Set loot to
2024.
FFA.
In contrast, Europe's top 11, including SAP, ASML, and Spotify, amounted to 2.2 trillion. That's less than 17% of those US companies mentioned. And what's even more striking is the value of these 7 US companies, the 13 trillion, is nearly equal to the GDP of Germany, the UK, France, and Italy combined. That's just bonkers. Let's just forget about the US for a second. The rise of Asian nations, mainly China, South Korea, and Japan, is actually more concerning for Europe. These 3 Asian countries were always at the forefront of building global companies. Japan gave us iconic brands like Sony, Panasonic, and Nintendo. South Korea has LG and Samsung. And China? Well, in the past few decades alone, they've produced BYD, Alibaba, Huawei, and ByteDance, just to name a few. That's where the contrast with Europe really stands out the most. Aside from the few names we've mentioned, there are hardly any recognizable European tech brands. Yet just a few
Seconds
minutes
left.
ago, we looked at how the continent has all the right ingredients.
Set loot to FFA.
Has 200 million more people than the United States. Why do we not have any technologies that Europeans developed that we need to use today to get to our life in the United States? What happened to Europe's
Set loot to FFA.
I think there's 2 reasons, and from my personal experience, I moved to the US when I was 16 and I never came back. I recently also became an American citizen. One thing that I've noticed is some of the best European entrepreneurs, they leave to start their companies in the US. So there's some very famous companies like Snowflake, and they were started actually by 3 French people, but it's an American company. So I think problem number 1 is the US is such an amazing country that a lot of people decide to start their companies in the US. Problem number 2 is if I'm in the US and I start a company, I get money from people who are willing to use it, understand the risk, and I can probably get a term sheet in a matter of weeks. Oh, if I try to raise money in Europe, good luck. And then after that, I'm in one country, and then I need to have a different set of regulation that I need to respect to be in the big 6, and then there's 30 or 40 countries in the European Union, each with their own regulation. I'd rather start my country in the US, start my company in the US, then you move very quickly to Canada, UK, and Australia, and then from the UK, you move to continental Europe. That's what we see.
The man you just heard is Philippe Lafont, a billionaire hedge fund manager. He moved to the US and made his fortunes with his firm by betting rich on tech companies. What he just said are some problems that Europe is facing, but we can dig a little deeper. Let's start with the borders. The European Union is a political and economic union, yes, but it's not a single market the same way the US is. Every startup in Europe has to deal with 27 different regulatory systems, 24 official languages, and a patchwork of tax, labor, and data laws. According to Daniel Amramar, CFO at Dutch-headquartered hospitality software, Muse, the broader challenge is that Europe, despite its economic size, still operates as a collection of individual countries, rather than a unified market in the same way the US does. This makes it harder to build companies at scale, end quote. One striking example is the early days of Uber in Europe. The app was first launched in Paris in 2011, but when the company tried to expand throughout Europe, it hit a brick wall. Hungary and Bulgaria outright banned the app. In places like Germany, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, key early Uber services were blocked because they allowed unlicensed drivers to pick up passengers. Operators and the local taxi union didn't like that, so the backlash was fierce. Protests escalated to chaos. Streets were blocked, cars were burned, and the situation got out of hand. Eventually, the European Court of Justice ruled that countries could ban the app without needing approval from the EU. In the end, this became a textbook example of how fragmented regulation is roadblocks for tech companies. There's a saying that's going around online: America innovates and the EU regulates. While this is true at a glance, regulation isn't inherently bad. In fact, Europe has a history of holding the tech giants accountable. The EU's GDPR, or General Data Protection Regulation, set a global benchmark for data privacy. These rules were thoughtful, necessary, and in many cases ahead of their time. In 2023, Meta was fined 1.2 billion euros for transferring European Facebook users' data to the US without adequate protection. This is the largest fine under GDPR rule. And of course, this next one affects hundreds of millions of people. The EU forced Apple to adopt the USB-C standard, a move that surprised many because Apple is extremely stubborn. The very same regulations that protect consumers also impose massive requirements that smaller startups can afford. You could argue that these rules protect society, but at the same time, they've also unintentionally raised the bar for entry. Basically, there's a lot of rules and regulations, and the EU is cautious. And, by proxy, so are European investors. They're much less likely to take chances on bold, unproven ideas. Hampus Jakobsen, a Swedish entrepreneur and the founder of the VC firm Pale Blue Dot, puts it this way to TechCrunch. Quote, I feel that few have the guts and are as visionary as US VCs. I think it's due to the fact that most EU VCs are not entrepreneurs, but pure corporate finance bread boys, or wine and dine talkers, so they don't understand risk and how to work with entrepreneurs. European VCs should recruit seasoned entrepreneurs. There are some exceptions, but Lord, there's a few. End quote. His words are blunt, but hit the nail on the head. European VCs tend to focus more on safer bets, such as B2B software, finance, or health tech. It explains why Europe's best companies, like SAP and ASML, are enterprise-focused and not consumer-facing. You can see this pattern in the kind of ventures that pop up. In 2025, there's approximately 35,000 EU startups, and the majority of them are focused on AI, fintech, and sustainability. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it leaves a massive gap for the consumer tech sector. In Silicon Valley, it's a different story. It's high risk, high reward. It's the kind of environment where failure is almost seen as a badge of honor. Here's Sundar Pichai, CEO, on the matter.
Starting up a company and even having failed, you can wear it like a badge of honor, right? And I think it's important, culturally, risk is rewarded. I remember when I started working at Google, if I went and people were discussing ideas, the other people who heard the ideas try to build on those ideas. They encourage you. So it's a culture of optimism. It's a culture of risk taking, and I think that's really important. So,
in contrast, the EU is very cautious, and the numbers show it. A 2020 report showed that European startups get 54% less funding than their US counterparts as they mature. The report also highlights that just 0.5% of them manage to scale at all. And it's not for a lack of ambition. European founders are innovative, but the money just isn't following the ideas. In 2024, American and Canadian startups brought in over $184 billion. That's almost 3 times more than the whole of the EU. When you look at venture capital versus GDP, the disparity is clear. In the last decade, the US averaged 0.7% of GDP in VC funding. That's about 350% more than the EU at 0.2%. So it's clear here, less funding and more caution. When you put all of these factors together, you start to see why so many brilliant European engineers are leaving the continent. This is the broader brain drain issue that I mentioned earlier. This decade, the percentage of EU science graduates staying overseas jumped from 4% to 73%. That's massive, and this kind of brain drain causes a talent shortage. In fact, according to the previous report, 63% of high-growth startups in Europe want to hire more skilled workers, but nearly a third can't find them.
Great.
The applicants often lack the experience, skill set, or the mindset to succeed. The people that you need to build global consumer-facing tech just aren't enough. It's a tough position to be in, but it's not game over yet. Europe may have missed the first wave of the digital revolution in the 21st century. It didn't invent the iPhone, the search engine, or the attention economy. So what now for them? Some say that Europe should not try
Set loop
clone
to
Silicon
FFA.
Valley. Instead, they should do something more European. So what does this look like? Well, in 2022, they launched the European Chips Act. It was a €43 billion investment to boost semiconductor production and reduce dependence on the US and Asian suppliers. Right now, over 90% of the world's most advanced chips come from Taiwan, so Europe is playing the long game by investing in its own chip manufacturing. But it's definitely not easy. even American giants like Intel are struggling to compete making their own chips without the help of Taiwan. So we'll keep an eye on how Europe goes with this venture. On the regulatory front, they launched the Digital Markets Act in 2023. This act targets the so-called gatekeeper platforms like Google, Apple, and Meta. The goal is to force them to open up their platforms and stop favoring their own products in search results. Perhaps the EU is slowly recognizing that while it may not have the tech giants, it does have something else.
Crate.
Power to set global norms.
Crate.
Columbia law professor Arnie Branford calls this the Brussels effect, named after the EU's political capital, Brussels. It refers to how often end up becoming the default standard worldwide purely because of their influence. Like it or not,
Crate.
because it's easier than building different products or services in different regions.
Crate.
In short, Europe may not control the platforms.
5 seconds left.
Can control the rules.
Crate.
The European Union is
Set loop to everything. Set loop to everything.
million euros. Digital market. The power of big tech.
These measures have nothing to do with trade policy. It's European law, and European law has to be enforced. Whatever American government there is, whatever other governments may think about it, it's in the interest of open markets, and from these open markets, also American companies will flourish and will enjoy the benefits of.
A great example of the EU's regulatory reach is playing out right now with artificial intelligence. In 2024, they passed the AI Act, the world's first comprehensive artificial intelligence law. It sets strict requirements for safety, transparency, and accountability. Once again, the EU is betting that companies will adopt its rules. But whether this benefits users or just turns out to be another regulatory drag remains to be seen. But among all of this, there's some real genuine innovation. For example, Estonia, a tiny Baltic country, had made all of its government services 100% digitized as of 2024. Now citizens can vote online, pay taxes in minutes, and even start a business from abroad. Meanwhile, France has quietly built the third largest startup ecosystem in Europe. Backed by state funding, digital health platforms are growing in numbers. Startups like Doctolib and Alan are reshaping how people access healthcare. Another app, Monospace Sante, built a national platform to securely store and share medical records. Whatever the state of things right now, we can't deny Europe's influence. In the 18th and 19th centuries, they led the world through the Industrial Revolution. In the 20th century, it rebuilt from 2 bloody wars and helped define modern democracy and prosperity. But they face a new challenge now. So the question is, in a world defined by technology, is it enough to simply just regulate the future? Or must you build it too? Let us know what you think. Would you like to see the EU have more of a presence in the consumer-facing tech world? Or should America and Asia still take the #1 spot? Leave your thoughts in the comments section below. If you're watching this channel, then you probably love learning new things, but it can often be difficult to find the time. That's where today's sponsor, Imprint, comes in. They offer bite-sized learning in a style that's both beautiful and builds a learning habit. It features courses and articles on science, technology, business, history, economics, leadership, and more. Imprint breaks down learning into engaging graphics, animations, and lessons that can replace you.
In August of 1980,
Are we alone in the universe? Question that's haunted humanity for centuries, and the definitive answer has remained frustratingly elusive. But as technology has advanced and our reach into the cosmos stretches even further, a final ruling may be closer than it's ever been. From the infamous WoW signal to alleged alien fossils and even signs that life may exist on Mars, the evidence is stacking up, and the needle is inching ever closer to final confirmation. On the other hand, as convincing as the existing body of evidence is, the scientific community is now shifting to an increasingly more relevant question. What would actually be accepted as ultimate proof positive? The reality is that the dilemma of life beyond Earth is more complicated than most people imagine, and it's not impossible that we fail to recognize extraterrestrial life if we can find it, or we may have already found it and then failed to acknowledge it. At this point, it's becoming a matter of how you interpret the evidence. Otherwise, the situation may remain deadlocked until such a time as aliens provide some sort of formal introduction. 1977, the WoW signal. Starting off with one of the most widely known bodies of evidence, the WoW signal is regarded by some as the most compelling sign of intelligent extraterrestrial life ever. Recorded by the Big Ear Radio Telescope at Ohio State University on August 15, 1977, 72 seconds of a signal was detected and recorded. So abnormal was the occurrence that astronomer Jerry R. Emmon, working on behalf of SETI, wrote "Wow" in the margin. The signal originated from the constellation of Sagittarius, was crystal clear, and it occupied a narrow band, all indications that it was intentional. To put that in a nutshell, if we were to detect a broadcast from non-human intelligence, this is almost certainly what it would look like. If that's the case, however, why hasn't the WoW signal been hailed as the most groundbreaking observation ever made? Well, as compelling as it seems on the surface, there are more than a few complications that prevent the printout from being definitive. First and foremost, there is little debate as to whether the signal existed and whether it was accurately recorded. The Ohio State University Radio Observatory, otherwise known as Big Ear, was used extensively between 1965 and 1971 as part of the Ohio Sky Survey project. The initiative was to survey and identify galactic signals, with our galaxy being an ocean of naturally occurring radio noise. Everything from planets to pulsars produced detectable signals, and Big Ear was used to observe and study these signals in an academic capacity. There is, therefore, no question as to whether Big Ear worked and whether it produced reliable results. Following the Ohio Sky Survey, the Big Ear was reassigned to the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or SETI. That organization is well known today, but at the time it was still seen as a fringe scientific effort. Not too surprisingly, after years of using Big Ear, SETI didn't pick up anything particularly interesting, keeping in mind that the job at the time involved manually poring over mountains of printouts produced by an aging IBM 1130 computer. Then, on the night in question, Jerry R. Emmon hit on something that made his heart stop. As he scanned the printouts for the day, a signal jumped out at him, appearing as 6EQ-UJ5. Now, to be clear, the sequence of numbers and letters weren't some sort of hidden message, but rather an indication of the intensity of the signal versus background noise. The Q and the U in this case mean that at its peak, the signal was 30 times more intense than background noise. Morgan Melling still is that the signal appeared on the 1420-4556 MHz frequency, a band reserved for astronomical research. Neither academic, private, nor commercial organizations are allowed to broadcast in that range, meaning that the WoW signal almost certainly wasn't produced locally. More to the point, 1420 MHz ties in with a paper written in 1959 by physicists Philip Morrison and Giuseppe Cocconi. The frequency is naturally emitted by hydrogen, and the pair speculated that if alien life was intelligent and had the capacity to broadcast, they would choose this frequency given hydrogen's inherent importance for organic life. The WoW signal therefore correlates perfectly on all counts, taking the probability of non-human intelligence to a whole new level. Now yes, all very exciting, but let's slow down and get some perspective, shall we? There is no question that the signal is compelling, and initial interest was indeed a frenzy, but as time went by, the chances of the WoW signal being related to aliens gradually declined. Every effort was made to detect the same signal in the same location, but each subsequent attempt came up negative. If the signal was alien in nature and was an effort to make contact, the broadcast would certainly have been repeated. Explanations soon shifted to a rare astrophysical anomaly, and make no mistake, there are countless cosmic anomalies capable of producing a similar signal. Emin himself in 1994 is quoted as saying, "Oh, we should have seen it again when we looked for it 50 times. Something suggests it was an Earth-sourced signal that simply got reflected off a piece of space debris." He later contradicted this statement in 1997, saying, "I'm convinced that the WoW signal certainly has the potential of being the first signal from extraterrestrial intelligence." His lack of a definite stance is indication enough that the signal is controversial, but the official jury is still out as to what exactly it was and what produced it. There are many possible explanations, including everything from energized hydrogen clouds to a random passing comet. At this point, the region of the cosmos has been scanned countless times, and National Geographic even sent 10,000 Twitter messages to the location in a 35th anniversary celebration of the event. Needless to say that if we plan on communicating intelligently with aliens, Twitter might not be the best option. 1996. Martian fossils. As far as ultimate confirmation of extraterrestrial life is concerned, 1996 was one of the most chaotic years in history. NASA scientist David S. McKay made a shock announcement that he and his team had discovered alien fossils in a meteorite, and international media erupted. The meteorite, referred to as Allen Hills 84001 after the area it was recovered from in the Antarctic, was originally found on December 27, 1984 by an ANSMET team. ANSMET is part of the Polar Program funded by the National Science Foundation, responsible for sending explorers on meteorite hunts in the Transalpine Mountains. The 1.3 kilogram ALH84001 meteorite was recovered, stored, and re-emerged in 1996 for investigation. An analysis revealed that the meteorite had almost certainly come from Mars, had been knocked off the surface by an ancient collision, and had drifted through the solar system several million years before touching down in the Antarctic. More importantly, a deeper analysis found what appeared to be evidence of microbial alien fossils. So groundbreaking was the announcement that US President Bill Clinton gave a nationwide speech marking the day as a truly momentous occasion. Mr. Clinton probably shouldn't have jumped the gun. Now, ALH 84001 is an interesting meteorite regardless, given its age and the distance it traveled before impacting Earth. Deeper exploration says that it may have formed billions of years ago, was knocked into space some 17 million years ago, and landed on Earth around 13,000 years ago. There are also clear signs that the rock came into contact with liquid water on the Martian surface, and this in itself is important, confirming that abundant water was indeed once present on Mars. Vicky Hamilton of the University of Hawaii even narrowed down the exact region that the meteorite may have originated from, pinpointing Eos Chasma in the Valles Marineris Canyon. As far as the alleged fossils are concerned, however, the facts are a lot more up for debate. While investigating via electron microscope, McKay and his team discovered 20 to 100 nanometer structures, and at a glance, there is reason to believe that the shapes may be fossilized bacteria-like life forms. Granted, the life forms would have been smaller than even the smallest known cellular life forms on Earth, but in this case, McKay insisted that he was identifying previously undiscovered alien nanobacteria. To be fair, McKay did find something interesting. He just made a hasty judgment in announcing the discovery as fossilized alien life. Controversy surrounding his announcement was immediate, and skeptics the world over stepped up to point out that the nanostructures could simply be contaminants, perhaps carbon left over after liquid water evaporated millions of years ago. McKay argued back that such contaminants had appeared on other meteorites and didn't resemble those discovered by his team. The key difference, according to McKay, was that similar contaminants appear on rock surfaces, while his are embedded in the rock itself. Now, the conflict between McKay and the broader scientific community went on until McKay's passing in 2013, and the bottom line is that there is still no definitive answer. The nanostructures could be billion-year-old fossilized bacteria, or simply a representation of wet Martian conditions that existed eons ago. Countless papers have been written on the subject, and most tend to argue against the living bacteria hypothesis. Most noteworthy of all is an experiment run by a team at NASA. In an effort to put the matter to bed, the team successfully recreated similar nanostructures using nothing but distinctly terrestrial rocks and water. An additional paper published in January 2022, meanwhile, once again reaffirmed that the structures were simply carbonation formed by basalt rock interacting with 4 billion-year-old hydrothermal fluids. Whatever the truth, the incident was a major wake-up call for the scientific community the world over. The incident emphasized just how thin the lines are when attempting to identify unknown life beyond Earth. 2001, the evolved Drake equation. The Drake equation is a fairly well-known formula, standing as a probabilistic argument for how many intelligent alien civilizations may be detectable in the Milky Way. According to the equation, we should have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of galactic neighbors, some likely within detectable range. Though, as compelling as the numbers are, the Drake equation is a lot more complicated than is generally represented, requiring a great deal of additional context. American astrophysicist and astrobiologist Frank Drake is most often associated with the equation, but the concept was around long before he put pen to paper. Original inspiration came from the already mentioned Philip Morrison and Giuseppe Cocconi, otherwise known as the 1959 pair that proposed the hydrogen frequency as an alien hotline. It was their paper that prompted Harvard astronomy professor Harlow Shapley to suggest, quote, the universe has 10 million stars. That's 10 followed by 18 zeros, similar to our own. 1 in a million is planets orbit. And 1 in a million is the right combination of chemicals, temperature, water, days and nights to spawn. This calculation allows us to estimate that over 100 million years that life has been forged by evolution. A few months after Shapley's musings, Frank Drake started work on Project Osmo, a scientifically based attempt to search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Drake knows practices potentially against the National Astronomy Observatory in West Virginia, systematically monitoring two nearby suns, Epsilon Eridani and Tau Ceti. His early work turned to nothing. Determined to motivate other capable scientists, he decided to host the first SETI meeting in 1961. He therefore worked on his equation as a way to stimulate constructive conversation. Saying, as I planned the meeting, I realized a few days ahead of time I needed an agenda, and so I wrote down all the things you needed to know to predict how hard it's going to be to detect extraterrestrial life. Looking at them, it became pretty evident that if you multiplied all these together, you got a number, n, which is the number of detectable civilizations in the galaxy. This was aimed at radio search, not to search for primordial or primitive life forms. Simply put, we wanted to inspire his players into real thought as to how likely nearby alien civilizations are, and so put together a rough formula as a conversation starter. Regardless of his intentions, the media took his presentation of this ran with it, and presented his equation as a definitive calculation. The equation never was meant to be definitive, so some today may have a strong idea of just how likely aliens really are. Looking at the equation itself, we won't go into too much detail, but it boils down to a few easily understood concepts. Drake used parameters, including the average formation of galaxies, the number of those stars that have planets, the average number of planets that can support life, and put the data up against the amount of time it takes for intelligent life to develop, the number of those civilizations that have the ability to broadcast information, and how long those signals will need to be. With this basic framework, the equation estimates n, the result, as being between 100 and 1,000 million detectable radio signals. With that being said, the three aspects of his equation most commonly argued are the last three: the number of viable planets, the number of tech-savvy civilizations, and how long the signals may be detectable. The data set is so drastically varied on so many levels that the Drake equation is nothing more than wild guessing. As controversial as it was, the Drake equation still captured the public's imagination and stuck around for decades, prompting multiple iterations as more accurate information became available. A refined version was with updates in regards to planets existing in the Goldilocks zone and the probability of liquid water existing on those planets. Using the new method, the Drake equation now suggests there are roughly 100,000 intelligent civilizations in the Milky Way, and just one may be within detectable range. Meanwhile, as far as SETI is concerned, the organization has conclusively ruled out any widespread alien communication on the proposed hydrogen frequency. This doesn't mean that extraterrestrials aren't in our vicinity, it just means that they're not constantly chattering on the proposed frequency. 2004, methane in the Martian atmosphere. Mars has NASA and the Chinese National Space Administration investing
Great.
Proven was touched on with the ALH 84001 meteor, where might real life ever flourished? The debate until 2004, a potentially definitive answer.
Great.
Surprise of everyone, an orbital observation suggested the bacterial may be teeming somewhere below the Martian surface, brought on by the unexpected discovery of Mars-based methane. An investigation got a bizarre mystery, one that only seems to get in. The first signs of peculiarity came from the European Space Agency's Mars Express orbiter, an investigative probe primarily aimed to search for signs of water. The probe launched on June 2, 2004. Augustin Chicaro was the lead on the mission, and using the orbiter's specialized planetary Fourier spectrometer, he unexpectedly found signs of methane. Now, this might not seem like a big deal, but put into the right context, it is an absolutely extraordinary find. On Earth, methane is almost always inseparable from the presence of life, coming either from natural decomposition or produced by bacteria and other living organisms. At the risk of being crude, methane is a byproduct of the digestion process, generally is flat. Is why that smell terrible. It's the bacteria that eats the odor, not the garbage itself. The Mars Express orbiter presented evidence of the methane to Chicaro, after which the discovery was sources using ground telescopes, including another Pollard space flight center. None of provided a breakdown of the methane on the Martian surface. The data was all coming together and finally pointing in the direction. Though there was one other explanation. The gas may also be produced by subsurface volcanic activity. Following initial excitement, the methane trail only
Great.
The gas presence had been good for months before fading away, until years later when it began to appear in readings. This time, however, it became clear that whatever was producing the methane, it was somehow tied to the Martian seasons. The parts per billion peaked during the Martian Northern Hemisphere summer at 0.7 parts per billion, then faded away slowly, only to return the following summer. A seasonal cycle again leans towards the methane being biological in nature, but more evidence was required, and so the ESA attempted to settle the matter once and for all. A trace gas orbiter, specifically designed to detect even the minutest presence of gas, was launched, arriving at Mars in 2016. Only, against all expectations, the new orbiter served only to take an already mysterious situation to a whole new level. The trace gas orbiter found no signs of methane whatsoever, and all involved planetary scientist at the Royal Belgian Institute of Space Astronomy, Anne Karine van Union meeting. She stressed that the orbiter was sensitive enough to detect just 50 parts per trillion, yet had come up completely empty. As discouraging as the result was, it did offer some insight into the anomaly, though. If the trace gas orbiter found no atmospheric methane, then the source must indeed be linked to the Martian surface. Chris Webster, a planetary scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, confirmed as much, saying that the source must be seepage through the planet's surface itself, either by subsurface volcanic activity or living organisms residing somewhere below ground.
Yeah.
The TGO orbiter continues to operate to this day, and in its 9 years of service has found barely any evidence of methane. It did, however, detect significant amounts of water vapor, which is an important discovery in itself. As to where the methane comes from, that's still a mystery, and good choice remains that it's being produced by still undiscovered microbial life. 2025, biosignatures on K280b. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of extraterrestrial life is surprisingly recent. It's from April this year, in fact, coming from observations from NASA's Mage telescope. The physicist team, led by Niku Madhusudan,
Great.
24 light years from Earth. What they found is that the is rich with dimethyl sulfide, DMS, like methane, specifically phytoplankton and bacteria, which just happens that K280b was previously speculated. We need to it has an abundance of hydrogen in its atmosphere and is likely covered in vast oceans. Madhusudan said, "This is the strongest evidence to date for a biological activity beyond the solar system. We are very cautious. We have to question ourselves both on whether the signal is real and what it means. Decades from now, we may look back at this point in time and recognize it as when the living universe came into being. This could be the tipping point where suddenly the fundamental question of whether we're alone in the universe is compelling, to say the least, as far as this is about. As with all other evidence on this list, the discovery has raised a storm of ongoing controversy. Addressing the discovery with the New York Times, planetary scientist Christopher Glean from the Southwest Research Institute in Texas gives his opinion, explaining that although the observations regarding K280b are interesting, he remains skeptical.
Set
He
loop to
elaborates,
FFA.
"We need to resist the temptation to find a smoking gun. The search for life is hard. For a convincing case to be made, multiple self-consistent lines of evidence will need to be assembled. Reproducibility is a hallmark of science. We need to see what they forward. Did they find a needle in the haystack, or just a sharp piece of hay?" Others have gone so far as to accuse Madhusudan and his team of manipulating data, pointing out that DMS may not even be present in the atmosphere at all. Keep in mind that telescopes, of course,
Crit.
directly, but instead observe the light spectrum that filters through an atmosphere as it passes by a star. It is possible to make fairly accurate deductions. The spectrum has also room to massage the results in favor of one observation or another. It's also possible
Crit. Crit.
oceans of magma are water, green and
Crit. 5 seconds left. Crit. Set loop to FFA.
Scientist at Imperial College London echoed the sentiment, saying, "When a discovery is as monumental as the discovery of As a geologist who studies planets, these molecules can only be produced by life." He added that
Set loop to FFA.
his atmosphere, quoting again, "Then it's possible we might be seeing evidence of some cool chemistry rather than biochemistry. As Carl Sagan used to say, life is the hypothesis of last resort." So it seems that even our most recent evidence of extraterrestrial life is debatable, and at this point, you start to wonder if any evidence could be conclusive, short of aliens personally introducing themselves. More to the point, would we even know extraterrestrial life if we did find it, or would we be so tied up in what constitutes as evidence that we miss the signs entirely? Life as we don't know it. NASA and other space exploration agencies have been focusing on life beyond Earth for decades, and have only succeeded in making something very evident. Few can agree on what actually constitutes definitive evidence. Be it methane, DMS, or radio signals, on Earth, virtually everyone would agree that these are undeniable signs of life. Yet, the question raised time and time again is whether these Earth-centric rules should apply to life on other planets, and whether established biosignatures really serve a purpose when we're dealing with complete unknowns. Life on Earth is carbon-based, cellular, and relies on self-replication, so assumptions are that life on other planets can be identified with the same characteristics. But there really is no reason to believe that alien life would follow the same framework, especially if involved in a Haitian planet, as K280b is speculated to be. Make no mistake, the evidence we've covered today is compelling. But to iterate on Professor Glean's words, it's very difficult to find a needle in a haystack when we don't know what the needle looks like and may be looking in the wrong haystack. Philosopher of science Carol Cleland addressed the exact same dilemma, coining a phrase that's becoming increasingly more relevant. Try to find life as we don't know it. The longer space exploration organizations look, the more apparent it becomes that it's highly unlikely there will be consensus on the short, miraculous discovery, meaning that we probably shouldn't be holding our breaths. This, of course, is a much broader conversation. As it stands, there are a few
Great.
hotspots apart from Mars that can get artifact investigation. The moons of Jupiter. Liquid water.
Great. Great.
Europa reticulans, even some degree of changes rapidly reducing natural temperature. Here, Enceladus and Titan can use candles. Enceladus spews water vapor from its surface, and the presence of hydrogen inside, key element of life, is also Titan, meanwhile, to house carbon. It's extremely cold and could only support living organisms that do not yet exist. And last on the list is Triton, and also
Great.
The sun providing plenty of opportunity for living organisms to thrive. Following the current established rules for life, each of these moons holds promise, though it will likely be some time before any attempt is made at exploration. In the meantime, NASA and other space organizations remain focused on Mars, and more specifically, the intriguing leopard spot rock covered in our Fates of Mars rovers video. The leopard spots are good indicators of chemical reactions relating to life, though we'll have to wait until the rock gets back to Earth in 2033 for a closer look.
Great. 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 Great.
would the universe change if you approach the speed of light? What would everything around you look like? How would space and time act? The answer is a lot different from what you are currently used to. To travel the speed of light isn't actually possible for anything other than massless particles, like photons. It would require infinite energy to get something with mass to that speed. The energy required exponentially goes up the closer you get. But there are instances of matter coming close. We've observed some particles traveling 99% of the speed of light. Now for you and me, we have no hope of ever approaching these speeds. But if you did manage it, what happens to space and time from your perspective would be very noticeable. Let's ease you into this, as it's going to be a bit tricky to wrap your head around. We will simulate going from standing to traveling almost the speed of light.
Great.
This is a fun little game called A Slower Speed of Light, released by MIT, demonstrating what would happen if the speed of light got progressively slower, eventually to walking speed. My character looks around and sees the world normally, but as I start to pick up these orbs, instead of speeding me up, the game slows the speed of light down to simulate what it would look like if we were traveling extremely fast over vast distances. As the speed of light slows, what becomes apparent to you? This is because of something called the relativistic Doppler effect. You see, when you look around and you see color on objects, this is because light is reaching your eyes at specific wavelengths. The longest wavelengths you can see are reds.
Set loop to
The shortest
FFA.
wavelengths are violets. Beyond the range of our sight are the infrared and ultraviolet. But when you are going very fast, because of the Doppler effect, some of the wavelengths that were in the infrared and ultraviolet now shift to wavelengths you can detect. Suddenly, things that were invisible to us before become visible, like heat in infrared and fluorescent substances in ultraviolet. The faster you travel, the larger your visible range now becomes. Light does travel in waves, but it is also a stream of particles called photons. As you head into the flow of particles at speed, the more particles will hit your eye, making everything a little bit brighter. On the other hand, if you look behind you as you travel forward, it will get darker because less photons are reaching you. This is known as the searchlight effect. What else do you start to notice? You may
5 seconds
notice
left.
that we seem to be gradually speeding up, but actually our speed always stays
Set
the
loop
same.
to FFA. Set loop to FFA.
This is the result of special relativity, namely time dilation. One of the laws of the universe is that the speed of light, space and time are not, and can be warped. So when you are moving, two things change: your time and your distances relative to stationary observers. Let me explain. Time goes slower for an object that goes faster. This has been proven. If you have two clocks, one stationary and the other in rapid motion, say on a rocket, the times on each will go out of sync. This is why the times on satellites in orbit around Earth need to be occasionally adjusted, or they'd go out of sync with Earth-based clocks. Not by much, a few milliseconds per year, but they would add up eventually. The faster you go, the more time dilation happens, until, should you hit the speed of light, the rate of time reaches 0. This means photons, or light particles traveling the speed of light, are unaffected by the passage of time. But let's go back to how time dilation affects us in the game. Removing the lighting effects will help us see this a lot more clearly. Now remember, throughout the game, our walking speed stays the same. It's the speed of light that slows down as we collect more orbs. And yet, it seems that we move a lot faster towards the end of the game than at the beginning. What is happening here is that our going slower than everything around us. As a result, it's like the distances of space are shorter, meaning we get somewhere quicker from our perspective. In practice, this means that if we travel in a vehicle that approaches the speed of light, we travel for 1 year at that speed. It all seems normal for us. But 10 years have passed on Earth. Should you actually be able to travel the speed of light, you could get anywhere in the universe instantaneously from your perspective. But on Earth, however far in light years your journey takes you will equal the equivalent amount of years from their perspective. So, do you want to go 40 light years away and can travel the speed of light? You get there instantaneously from your perspective. But for people on Earth, you show up there 40 years later. Again though, in practice, light speed travel is impossible for anything made of matter. The last effect is a weird one. It's like our field of view changes. This is from the effects of the aberration of light and the Lorentz transformation. Light takes time to reach our eyes, and when we see anything, we are seeing that object in the past. Even now, you are watching this video with a tiny time delay, as light takes time to leave your screen and reach your eyes. As we move in the game, that object we are seeing isn't where we think it is anymore. You may have thought, as you've been watching this video, that I must be useless at computer games, because I keep crashing into walls and missing orbs. But this effect means that I'm not standing where I think I am, because the more orbs I have, the slower light is traveling. So I actually need to start turning a little ahead of what I'm used to, which is difficult to comprehend while navigating. It's like playing with lag. This effect also means that I can see much more of my surroundings in one go. This animation helps show why. The light source is moving relative to me as I move forward. But because the beam of light takes time to reach me, I see where it was relative to me in the past. When there is a lot to see around me, it's as if my field of view increases the faster I travel, as I'm suddenly seeing all these objects as they were relative to me in the past. Light, space, and time get more complicated still, but I won't delve into it in this episode.
Great.
All I can say is that I'm glad light appears instantaneous for us. This game was like an experiment to see what the world would be like if light was slow. But it hasn't gone into other really problematic scenarios, like Earth traveling at the speed it does, how all our electronics would be affected, and other major issues. In the opposite vein, us being able to approach the speed of light would be beneficial for traveling large distances in short times. However, time is passing normally for people on Earth, meaning traveling anywhere in the universe and coming back would be possible for you, but Earth would look a lot different on your return, with years, decades, millennia, or more having passed depending on how far you went. On your journey, due to the various effects, outside your ship everything would look warped. Your field of view would be greater. A greater range of light wavelengths become visible, and in front of you would be much brighter. So, there we have it. How your universe would change if you approach the speed of light.
Great.
Time moves slower on Mercury than it does on Earth. A day on Mercury is 58 days, 50 hours, and 30 minutes on Earth. We can tell this by observing the planets through telescopes and timing how long it will take Mercury to complete one full orbit around the Sun. However, if we traveled to Mercury and started our timer there, we would not get the same figure. This is because time does not move as constantly as you might think. It can be affected by speed. The faster you go, the slower time goes for you. But it can also be affected by gravity. And Mercury is much closer to a massive source of gravity in our solar system, the Sun. But how much does gravity affect time? We could live to incredible ages if we all went to live on Mercury. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join with me today as we answer this question and explore the strange and warping world of general relativity. gravitational time dilation. I hope by the end of this video to have earned your like and subscription. To begin with, what exactly is time? Mark Twain once said that time is what keeps everything from happening all at once. It separates yesterday's events from today's, and today's from tomorrow's. As you sit here and watch this video, you are not doing what you were doing yesterday or tomorrow. You are watching this video. You are constantly traveling through time in the direction of the future at the rate of 1 second per second. This is the normal speed for traveling through time and is shared by you and everyone else on the planet. This speed doesn't have to be the case. As explained by Albert Einstein, the faster we travel through space, the slower our time becomes, up until the point where if we somehow could travel at the speed of light, time would stop moving for us. If we were to travel to an object 4 light years away from us, to people here on Earth, it would look like it took us 4 years. To us, it would look like we arrived at our destination instantaneously. Although this sounds incredible, scientists have proven that this actually happens. They took 2 clocks. One they put on a plane and flew around the world with it on board, increasing its speed for an extended amount of time, while leaving the other at a stationary location. When they eventually returned and compared the clocks again, they found that the clock that had traveled faster had actually recorded less time, in line with what general relativity had predicted. General relativity is a real thing. But Einstein also predicted that this would happen with gravity. The closer you are to a large source of gravity, and the more mass that source of gravity has, the slower time will go for you. This was proven to be correct in 1959 with the Pound-Rebka experiment, where they shot gamma rays from the top of a tall building to the bottom and recorded whether anything had happened to the waves. They found that the frequency of the waves increased the closer to the road, kind of like cars backing up in congested traffic. Closer together, time slowed down ever so slightly for the gamma radiation the closer it got to the Earth. This effect is significant enough that satellites have to be programmed to account for it, because when they are further away from the Earth's gravity, time moves more quickly for them. Without this correction, their internal clocks would go out of sync with our clocks on Earth. And yes, that's right, the Earth's gravity is enough to cause time to slow down for us. So you're probably now thinking, how much faster would time be going for me if I wasn't on Earth, or if Earth had no gravity?
Set loot to FFA.
Well, it's a matter of perspective. The procession of time will always appear the same from your perspective. You won't feel like you're going slower, although you may notice some weird stuff going on around you. But it's the outside observer that has to deal with you slowing down. To find out an exact answer to the question, Einstein devised the following equation. We will be using this equation a lot in the rest of the video, so let's try to understand it. It looks a little scary, but it's not as bad as it looks. T0 is the answer we're looking for. How much time would pass on the object we're interested in this case, the Earth. TF is how much time would pass in a place completely unaffected by gravity. Such a place doesn't exist, by the way, but it is a stationary clock. G is the gravitational constant, a number they added to basically make the sums work out. We're not going to worry about where it came from. All we're interested in is the fact that it's always this.
5 seconds left.
And don't worry too much about that metric.
Set loot to FFA.
The mass of the object creating the gravity. R is the distance from the center of the object, and C is the speed of light, a figure we know to be roughly. So, to find out how much slower time goes on Earth compared to somewhere where there was no gravity,
Set loot to FFA.
all we have to know is how much mass the Earth has, how far we are from its center, and then we can decide how much time we want to compare. Just to ease ourselves in, I decided to try this formula out with 60 seconds. If 60 seconds passes in our place unaffected by gravity, how much time passes on Earth? Plugged in the information and got our result. For every 60 seconds that passes, people on Earth experience only 59.9999999 In other words, 6 billion seconds have to go by before we notice a difference of 4 seconds. This happens roughly once every 190 years. So realistically, you'll only gain about 2 seconds over the course of your entire lifetime because of the Earth's gravity compared to a place with no gravity. This is a little underwhelming. However, we here on Earth are not just affected by our planet's gravity, we are also affected by the gravity of the Sun, which in terms of our equation is much more significant. So let's try this again by inputting the mass of the Sun and our distance from it into the equation. This gives us the new figure. How much time goes by for us on Earth for every 60 seconds of actual time that goes by? 59.9999994 seconds. While this is a more significant number, it does mean that you are only seeing a difference of a second once every 3 years or so. Or in other words, about 24 seconds over the course of an average human lifetime. But Mercury is much closer to the Sun. Surely time is significantly altered here compared to Earth, with a massive object like the Sun so close by. How much more does time slow down for us on Mercury? The equation is essentially the same as before. The only new number we need is the distance between the Sun and Mercury. The answer to our final question of how much time passes on Mercury every 60 seconds is 59.999999 seconds. 60 million seconds need to go by before there's a single second's difference. This happens roughly once every 1.9 years, which scaled up across a lifetime equates to about 38 seconds difference. Only 14 more seconds than Earth. But from your point of view, you're not really gaining those seconds, because from your perspective, time would be moving normally. It would be the Earth that is moving ever so slightly faster from your point of view. So if you pointed a telescope towards Earth, you would see 14 more seconds of Earth in history than you would if you were living there. As Mercury is fairly inhospitable, this probably isn't worth it. So, does Mercury's proximity to the Sun allow time to move slower for you compared to Earth? Yes, but only by a difference of about 14 seconds over your entire lifetime. In reality, time dilation due to gravity is not actually that significant, at least not in our own solar system. The mass of the Sun is not enough to really stretch time that much for us. If we were as close to it as Mercury, the Sun would need to be millions of times more massive to begin to experience time dilation to a significant degree. However, it's still a fascinating insight into the way that time flows in the universe, and reveals that time is not as constant as we might think. And of course, it begs one final question. Are there any objects in the universe that are massive enough that we'd experience significant time dilation around them? There are. And this is where things start to get very noticeable to an outside observer. At the center of galaxies exist objects known as supermassive black holes. These objects have masses that are millions to billions of times the mass of our Sun. In other words, if you were to fall towards them, time would slow down for you so much that it would approach them. If you were to get close enough to one of these objects and try to escape it, you could spend half an hour around there and emerge to find that hundreds of years have passed the people back on Earth. People on Earth with a powerful enough telescope can see you barely move. Even your breaths will take days to complete. In fact, there would be a point right at the edge of such a body that as you approached it, your time would hit zero. What would happen if you passed that point? Our equations would break down and so on that horizon. Science doesn't yet have the answer, although there are certainly many theories. But that might be better explored in another video. General and special relativity can be pretty confusing topics. But was this video good at helping you digest this topic? And is this something you'd like to know more about? Let me know in the comments below. And if you found value in the video, please consider giving it a like and subscribe. What is time? In this channel, we've talked a lot about time. As black holes warp space around them, we've learned that time slows down. We've discovered the time-influencing effects of gravity, and even how the James Webb Telescope can peer through time to the distant past by taking advantage of the fixed speed of light. All this makes sense so far, but what actually is time? You can't taste it, touch it, yet time has an unstoppable influence on us and is pushing us forward whether we like it or not. Doesn't something that impacts everything we do deserve some additional understanding? I'm Alex McColgan and you're watching Astrum. And while this is an area that scientists have many theories about, I'd like to share with you today one model that might help you understand this mysterious concept that is ticking all around us. By the end of this video, we are going to have a possible explanation for why time slows down as velocity increases, and why shapes warp when undergoing velocities close to the speed of light. This video is a collaboration with my brother, based on recognized scientific theory, where we have taken scientific concepts and combined them into something you may not have seen before. But before we get to that, we have to begin with one foundational idea. Time is actually another dimension. Now, before you double check that you haven't logged into some sci-fi channel by mistake, let's discuss what I mean by dimensions. While in popular culture, different dimensions are often described as parallel worlds that are very similar to ours, yet subtly different, in this context, when we talk about dimensions of space, as in 3D space, which may be far more familiar to you. This is by no means trivial though. 3D space is all around you. It is the around you, and is very relevant to our topic. Let's begin by making sure we understand the 3Ds and the relationships between them before we add more. Broadly speaking, 3D or three-dimensional space simply refers to space that can be measured in three different perpendicular directions. The perpendicular nature of these dimensions is important, but we'll get to that later. Three-dimensional space is usually described as having height, width, and depth, and they all have 90-degree angles between them. Simply put, objects like us that exist in 3D space can move left and right, up and down, and forwards and backwards. We are comfortable with this kind of space. Using this as our basis, it becomes much easier to imagine what we mean by 2D space, and even 1D space. To move from one space to another, all we need to do is remove or add an extra dimension of measurement or movement that must be previously existing angles. So, 2D objects move in a plane that's bounded by the X and Y directions, or the X and Z directions, or the Y and Z directions, but not all three at once.
5 seconds left.
Only move from X, or Y, or Z.
Set loop to FFA.
The whole existence will be found either moving one way or the other. All of reality would appear as a singular dot. They could not move or see in any of the other directions, and probably could not even comprehend such directions as even existing.
Set loop to
Photons
FFA.
would only be visible if they entered the singular line that was a 1D person's whole area of existence. Now, adding extra directions of movement is what's needed to move things up from 1D to 2D to 3D. So, in theory, we can predict what we need to do if we were to jump to 4D. However, here we hit a snag. While it's easy to draw a line that's perfectly perpendicular to a single other line, or to draw another line on top of those lines that is perpendicular to the two previous lines, how would we draw a fourth line that's perpendicular to all three? Surely such a thing is impossible. Well, within 3D space, such a thing is impossible. The best we can do is draw approximations. For instance, it's possible to draw an approximation of a 3D shape on 2D paper by doing something like this. These lines are all two-dimensional, but we look at this and our brain recognizes that this is a picture of a 3D shape. So, in the same way, we could probably do something similar to what a 4D object might look like using just 3D lines. Mathematicians have attempted to do this, although their results tend to be a little confusing. Although this is mathematically sound as a basis for a 4D object, I personally don't find my understanding of 4D space deepened by looking at it, so I won't focus on it in this video. There is some evidence, however, that a fourth direction exists, and we are moving along it right now. That fourth direction, or dimension, is time. Einstein predicted this connection when he linked space and time into one unified space-time in his theories of relativity. According to him, time and space are two parts of the same thing. To me, this connects with 4D space very nicely. Just as there is no real difference between the Z and the X or Y directions, so too would there not be any difference between time and space if time is just another direction, albeit one that we can't see. And time is important. Without time, our 3D space wouldn't move. It would perpetually be in one state, because it's time that allows us to move about in it. But why can't we see it? Why can't we look in the direction of time? To explain this, let's look at the difference between the different dimensional spaces. We best notice this when we consider what 2D objects might look like if they were to move around in 3D space. This is where we start to delve into the model. Let's begin by visualizing a standard 3D space. But because we want to eventually see all of space and time in one model, let's cheat a little. Let's compress all of 3D reality as we know it into a flat, two-dimensional place. In this plane, let's make that our XY plane, which we will label space, which frees up the Z dimension for time. In this model, all 3D people are now just 2D. A 2D person could exist and live their lives in the place marked space at the bottom of our chart. However, by moving them up on the chart at a constant rate, they are also moving through time. Let's for ease and convenience say that the top of our diagram is the future, while the bottom is the past. So the higher up our 2D person goes in this diagram, the older they get. As we don't seem to have a whole lot of control over our ability to travel through time, let's imagine for a second that our 2D person travels upwards at a constant rate, as if there is some consistent force or wind at play pushing them upwards towards the future. Sadly, we cannot slow down time for ourselves simply through willpower, no matter how much we might want to do so. However, it is misleading to say that we can't change it at all. The faster we travel in space, the slower we travel in time. This is one of the guiding principles of Einstein's relativity. This model can express this idea through the power of vectors. As our 2D person tries to move to their left or to their right, their vector of travel changes. While traveling at a fixed rate, like a sail on a ship catching a breeze, we can only go as fast as the wind takes us, so the vector coming out from their front must always remain the same. To travel the fastest through time, our 2D person must orient his vector completely in the future direction, or upwards. However, if they are to travel any amount in either direction to their sides, they can only do so by pointing their vector away from their direction of travel. They have motion in the X direction now. They have done so by reducing their motion in the Z direction. They are moving through space, but at the cost of moving a little slower through time. Taking this to its furthest extreme, our individual has completely flipped on their side and now only has motion in the direction of X and none in the direction of Z. They have velocity in space, but not time. So I suppose this implies our vector is the speed of causality, or the speed of light. If this is the speed we're talking about, then moving at low speeds through space would not have any noticeable difference in our speed through time. We'd have to go really fast before we started to notice anything. The vector still mostly points upwards. An interesting result of this model is that, from the 2D man's perspective, nothing has really changed. He has his own view of what reality is. For him, the vector coming out of his chest is still time. The dimensions of the plane he's lying flat on is his space. To him, it's the rest of the universe that's gone a little weird, but he himself is perfectly normal. However, once he reorients himself, it is clear that the rest of the universe has moved on without him. This is clearer if we add a second 2D person. Initially, both of our individuals do not move in space, all of their vector is pointing in the direction of time. Nothing that strange seems to happen so far. However, if our stickman on the right turns and vectors at near the speed of light for a bit, then reorients himself, while the second 2D man on the left just stays where he is, it becomes clear that our 2D men have not moved at the same rate through time. Assuming that our 2D men somehow still see each other, let's imagine that they somehow projected images of they immediately notice that there is a difference in age. The one who traveled at the speed of light did not advance so quickly through time as the other, who remained stationary and so is younger. Why do we find this model so compelling? Well, it is because of what those during changes in direction. From the point of view of initially the friend seems familiar. However, as they start traveling very quickly in space, and their vector oriented in a direction away from time, a 2D shape reveals its inherent flatness. And from a face-on perspective, it goes from
Set
this
loop to FFA.
this. The speedily traveling stickman appears to flatten, with an effect that's more pronounced the faster they go, and the flattening takes place in the direction of their travel. The stickman who remains stationary might wonder at the strange change that is occurring to their friend, never comprehending that it represents a reorientation of a 2D figure in 3D space. Now, what captures my imagination about this is that this same thing happens in real life. According to Einstein's theories of relativity, objects traveling at great speeds in 3D space would appear from an external observer to flatten in the direction of their travel. This squish can with this model and is to do with time dilation. However, from the person who's traveling's perspective, they do not flatten, but it is the rest of the universe that warps. I talk about this in greater depth in
5 seconds left.
of mine, where we can see the effects of spatial warping.
Set loop to FFA. Set loop to FFA.
Would seem further away, which is again what this model would predict. The only difference is the 2D object stretching. So the stretch is only in one direction, while in real life it's 3D, which means it stretches in 2 directions instead. But that is what you might expect as you turn away from our conventional 3 dimensions and start orienting yourself away from time. But if this is correct, so what? Why does it matter? If time is truly a direction, then it deepens our understanding of the universe. It also raises more questions. What is the force that pushes us ever forward in time? Why does it seem that we can never move against it? Although in this model there is no reason why a vector could not point downwards, in real life that doesn't seem to ever happen. This model also answers the question of, if time is a direction, what is our shape in time? Does part of us protrude into the past or into the future? According to this model, that does not happen. We are flat pancakes in the 4th dimension, pennies that look round when you look at us head on, but revealing our thinness when we turn away from you. That's a strange thought, but it may just be true. This might explain why we are unable to see through time. We just don't extend enough in that direction for it to be visible. Your form might be quite different than you first thought. Of course, this model is just a theory of ours, although we have tried to base it on scientific observations and conventional theory. But what do you think? Does this model help you make sense of time as a 4th dimension? Please leave your ideas in the comments below on the nature of time and what it might actually be instead. I hope to explore more strange concepts like this in a new series called The Unseen World, where I want to explore the shape of reality around us. While it's normally invisible to us, the shape and dimensions of the universe can explain why things are the way they are, and I'm excited to explore it with you. If you are interested in it, let me know. If there's one thing I've learned about light, it's that for unthinking energy, light seems to love messing with us. For years, scientists debated about whether it was a particle or a wave, because it keeps exhibiting elements of both, seemingly unable to settle. It behaves one way when you're looking at it, but a different way when you're not. But at least its speed is consistent. Light travels